there says 9:30 now, so I'm going to go. All right. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call officially to order this second meeting of the Broadband Deployment Advisory Committee. And thank you, everyone, for being here and for an on-time start. We appreciate that because we have a very aggressive agenda to cover today. At this point, I'm going to turn the introductory remarks over. Let Brian go. Oh, sorry. I'm going to make some introductory remarks and then ask Kelly to share some remarks, and then we'll turn the meeting over to, excuse me, apologies, to Nick Degani from Chairman Pai's office. So I think it's good to start with a little bit of a refresh of what the Broadband Deployment Advisory Committee is tasked with doing. And the Commission and Chairman Pai have called on this committee of experts and experienced contributors to help solve the challenges to broadband deployment. We all know that broadband is essential to our economy, to our societies, to our communities, and yet the digital divide in the United States is growing. And other countries are solving the digital divide in leaps and bounds, and we continue to face a number of challenges. I think to help give context to the agenda of the Broadband Deployment Advisory Committee, it would be really beneficial to refresh, if you haven't read already, Chairman Pai's blueprint for gigabit opportunity zones and his digital empowerment agenda. And I think a great reference for that is a speech that he gave September 13th, 2016 in Cincinnati, and he laid out his blueprint for gigabit opportunity zones. And I think this forms, a great overarching frame of reference for this committee and its work, and that help us stay focused on the bigger agenda. We need to solve broadband deployment challenges that face the United States, that face our cities, our communities, our states, and the country as a whole. And this committee, again, of learned, experienced participants has been called on to help contribute to that. And so today we're going to hear from each of the working groups that has been attacking some of these challenges and have discussion about their progress and next steps, and try and help move our agenda along to achieve the recommendations that we need to deliver to the chairman and to the commission by October of this year. It's a very aggressive agenda, but these are very important initiatives. And so I thank you all for your time, your effort, the commitment of all the working groups that have been putting in a lot of hours to tackle the challenges that we face. But it is for a great and meaningful purpose for our communities and for our country. So thank you all, and thanks for the great work we're going to do today. And now I'm going to turn it over to Kelly to make a couple of comments.
Again, thank you for being here. Thank you for participating, not only being here in D.C. today, but also all the work that's happened in the different working groups. I know that we've had very regular calls on the municipal code group, and as have all the other groups. Just a few things that I just wanted to comment on. As Elizabeth said, there's a great diversity of experience, opinions, political affiliations among the different groups, and I think that that's by design, because what we're trying to get to is some outcomes and some deliverables that represent very diverse groups of people, and so I would urge you to keep in mind. You have your own interests. You have the interests of your fellow BDAC members. You have the interests of, little kids that want to be able to use the internet for their homework. You have the interests of cities that are going to look at what we've done. And if you just please try and put yourself in those shoes when you're making decisions and looking through language to be sensitive to if I'm from a city, does this make sense for me? If I'm in a Republican state, if I'm in a Democratic state, keep all of those things into consideration. And if there are several options that have to come forward because of that, just look through the lens of different people as you're trying to make decisions. And I think that'll help us come to something very productive and useful. But again, thank you for being here.
Thank you, Kelly. At this time, I'd like to introduce Nick Degani from the Office of Chairman Pai, who is going to share some opening remarks from the Chairman's office. Thank you, Nick.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth and Kelly, and thank you to both for the work you've been doing over the past few months. And thank you, everyone at this table. I will be first very upfront. I have not been participating in the weekly or sometimes bi-weekly or 4 times weekly calls that the working groups and others have done. I know that many of you are also on multiple working groups, which can be quite a bit of work. What I can say from the chairman's office is that this is extremely important to us. We believe it's extremely important to the American people, and we really appreciate all of the time and effort that everyone here has volunteered to do on behalf of the American people and on behalf of trying to expand broadband to the areas and the places that don't have it yet, and to make sure that we have an environment in which every provider who wants to provide broadband has an opportunity to do so, and every American who wants to have access to affordable broadband can get that access. Your work here is central to the mission of this commission, and it's certainly something that all of us up on the 8th floor have our eyes on in terms of what you're doing. So thank you very much. Stepping back for a second, I do want to also acknowledge that obviously those in this room and the BDAC are not the only ones working to speed up broadband deployment. It's been amazing over the past year or so to see how the idea of increasing broadband accessibility and increasing broadband investment and deployment has caught on throughout the country. This year alone, I believe 20 states have been considering legislation to try to speed up the deployment of wireless infrastructure, 10 of which I believe have already been signed into law. It just harkens back to Justice Brandeis's comment that states are the laboratories of democracy. And it's amazing to see what they've been doing to try to help lead in this area. And I would encourage everyone here and everyone in the working groups to be looking to them for those examples and what we can all learn from them. Just for example, states like Florida and Iowa and Virginia have adopted deemed granted frameworks for small cell deployment. States like Arizona and Texas have gone out of their way to make sure that application fees are all cost-based so that we can have a more competitive environment and we don't unnecessarily increase the cost of broadband for consumers. Because we do believe that consumers, when they have low-cost competitive options, have the best choices and the best opportunity for digital opportunity. Cities and towns are also doing their part. Cities like San Antonio and Nashville and Louisville are experimenting with one-touch make-ready, and I know that's one concept that the working groups are looking at right now. Is that something that's feasible, that could be done? How do you balance all the interests to make that a possibility? It's not an easy question, and there's no easy answer to it either, but it's something I hope we're able to figure out. And then other cities like Bellevue and Lincoln have adopted smart conduit policies, and others like Lancaster have encouraged micro-trenching. But here's the basic point. It's not just those in this room, it's not just those in the federal government who want better broadband deployment. It's everyone in this country. It's cities, it's towns, it's states. It's individuals who just want their community to be better. It's ISPs, it's providers, it's community activists who all want this. And what you are doing will hopefully provide a blueprint for them going forward. Now, stepping back and just talking about the BDAC for a second, and I want to make sure it's very clear to everyone, I guess, some of the Office of the Chairman's expectations in terms of things the different working groups are working on. Most specifically, the model codes. I want to emphasize we look at these model codes as blueprints, voluntary blueprints for cities and states to adopt. Now, Elizabeth brought up Chairman's Digital Empowerment Agenda speech from last September, and certainly it is his hope that Congress will be able to provide some incentives for states and localities to adopt model codes, which will help streamline this. We also firmly believe that there is a hunger out there, especially when you get to smaller towns who just do not have the manpower or the hours to figure out what's the right way to deal with small cells or new technology, to have a blueprint out there that they can kind of take off the shelf, adjust to their local circumstances, and put into place to make it easier for anyone to deploy broadband in those areas. And I want to make sure it's really clear that you heard one of the aspects of what I just said. Adjust for their local circumstances. A model code does not have to be a one-size-fits-all solution. It can have some flexibility, some optionality to adjust to local circumstances. But of course it needs to be circumscribed enough so it is workable, so that when any ISP comes forward, they can see this is a town, this is a city, this is a county, this is a state that's ready for broadband deployment, and it has timetables and it has requirements that will help facilitate that broadband deployment. So I hope as those on the model code working groups are looking to move forward, they take in mind that these are supposed to be voluntary codes, which may have hopefully additional federal benefits coming behind them. But that's not guaranteed. And so at the very least, we want to make sure that this is easy enough for anyone to take off the shelf and apply to their local circumstances. One final thing, and this goes for both the BDAC as a whole and for the working groups. Consensus should be prized. Consensus is a specific goal that I hope we are all looking towards, trying to figure out how can we build consensus-based solutions here. It does not mean that everything will have to be consensus, and it does not mean that every action the Commission takes will have to be consensus, because there are sometimes hard questions that don't have one right answer. But in the majority of cases, I firmly believe that everyone here wants to encourage the development and deployment of broadband. And I would encourage all of you to be working towards consensus in your working groups and consensus in the BDAC as a whole in developing recommendations. And with that in mind, keep in mind that not everything has to get done at once. There is going to be some things that are lower hanging fruit, where it's easier to reach consensus. There are going to be some problems that are harder, that are maybe intractable, where you can't reach consensus. Do not let the perfect be the enemy of the good here. If there are ways to develop consensus-based recommendations early on, let's get those done. Let's get those out of the working groups up to the full BDAC. And if it means that there are harder problems that you still have to solve, if a municipal code or a state code is not complete without one aspect, but you're ready to go on every other aspect, get it going, and we can, of course, continue to work to try to achieve consensus on those last few issues. So that's just the perspective of the Chairman's office. Thank you for everything that you're doing. Thank you for the, unfortunately, many, many, many months of work ahead, and the many phone calls and the many discussions and meetings. But we really appreciate all you've done, and I cannot emphasize how important this is to the mission of the Commission and to the American people. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. And thank you for that great guidance, and we really appreciate that clarity. Okay, at this time, I'd like to take a moment to introduce our newest committee member, Andy Huckabee. Andy? Hi. Andy, would you take a minute and just tell the group a little about yourself and what your hopes are for your participation in this great committee?
So I am Andy Huckabee, and if you look up Lenexa spelled with Lenaxa, you won't find it because it's actually Lenexa, but that's okay. That'll be for future lookups here. I am a city council member in Lenexa, Kansas. We are part of the Kansas City metro area, and I have been involved with broadband issues for a dozen years now, initially through my work with the National League of Cities, ultimately chairing the Information Technology and Communications Committee there and being an active member in that group. And then since 2011, I've been a member of the Intergovernmental Advisory Committee for the FCC, and am currently the vice chair of that committee. Our committee had visited a few months ago about the possibility of having a presence on the BDAC, because some of the work that we do on the IAC and the work that we're doing on the BDAC do have similarities, and on the Intergovernmental Advisory, we represent local, state, and tribal governments. And so we had hoped that we would have a seat at the table. I came in during the last meeting and was called to the chairman's office and said, hey, we heard you and we want you to be the guy. And I'm thinking in the back of my head, oh, gee, another high-profile, non-paying job that I'm taking this week. But I'm pleased to be here, and I'm pleased to be part of this discussion to bring a local flavor into the discussion in the mix. I believe that we all have one ultimate common goal, and that is to make sure that everybody in our country has high-quality broadband, and ultimately competitive broadband, but high-quality broadband to begin with. And there are a lot of areas that just plain don't have it. And I run across them all the time as I go around the country, and certainly as I go around the state of Kansas. And there are some real challenges there, and those challenges are big enough to require not only industry, but also all of the local government officials to be involved in trying to figure out this problem, trying to fix it, and trying to make sure that our citizens are well served. And Nick, I appreciate seeing you again. I think last time we were probably at a Royals game or something like that. And I appreciated your comments about some of the challenges that we have here and some of the things that we really need to work on. I think we do. So I'm anxious to roll up my sleeves with all of you. I've been on a few calls already, and apparently there'll be a lot more. And anxious to figure out some of these things and try to get us pointed in the right direction. It's going to take every single one of us linking arms together to make this happen. And it's hard work, but it's good work. And I think at the end, if we can look back and really make a dent in this last piece of the population that doesn't have broadband, we're going to be happy.
Thank you, Andy. We're going to move now into the presentations by the working groups, and I'm going to be a bit of a tyrant about schedule because we have a lot to accomplish today. We've asked the chair and vice chair of each of the working groups to give a 15 but no more than 20-minute presentation on their work to allow ample time for the committee to ask questions and engage in discussion. But I will be forced to cut that discussion off on schedule so that we can make sure that every committee has ample time for their presentation and discussion. We do have some time at the end of the day where we plan to talk about specific outcomes and next steps. And so if there's something really urgent, we can certainly capture it in that window. So Kelly will be helping me, and she'll be helping to keep track, along with Brian and Paul, of things that we need to follow up on. So don't worry, we have lots of ears listening and recording for anything that we need to come back to or follow up on separately. So the first group that we'll present today is the Model Code for Municipalities Working Group. And that is Doug Dimitrov and Shireen Santasham. And I think we are ready with the presentations. Paul? Yep. Okay. So unless anyone has any need that they need to identify, we're going to jump right into that presentation. Okay. Thank you.
There we go. Thank you very much, Chairwoman Pierce, also Vice Chair Cole. I am very pleased to be here today presenting on behalf of the Model Code for Municipalities Working Group, along with Shireen Santasham of the City of San Jose, California. Shireen is one of the two alternate members for BDAC Committee member Sam Liccardo, who is the mayor of San Jose. Also want to, just before we get started on the presentation, thank all of the FCC staff, Brian Hurley, Paul Diari, and Deborah Salins, and the others who've been tremendous in helping lead us and guide us when we have questions and to keep us on track. There we go. So what we'll discuss today is our task or charge, just to refresh everybody's recollection, as outlined by the Commission, how we've approached that charge, what we've accomplished to date, questions and concerns raised by VDAC working group members, and next steps. So first, let me just quickly highlight again what our charge is. It's to draft a model code as a resource for municipalities to accelerate broadband deployment. Code will include model provisions or guidelines related to issues like model cable franchise agreements, infrastructure siting issues, municipal zoning and permitting, dig once, and other policies to promote efficient deployments. And the code should be designed to meet the needs of municipalities that differ in terms of size, geography, population density, background regulatory environment, and other factors. In sum, and specifically what we've been asked to do is to present a municipal code to this full BDAC at the next meeting in October, November. I will note here, and we'll talk about it, Shireen in particular, a little bit later in the discussion, that we are expecting that our code may include various topics where either the alternate specific code language will have to be developed to apply to different circumstances, different city types, et cetera, and or only general guidelines. We may only be able to come up with general guidelines rather than specific code provisions, but we'll talk about that a little bit more later. In terms of what we've done to date, we've met weekly, other than the week of July 3rd, and we've established two sub-working groups. The first is existing codes review, led by Jeffrey Manny and his team, and also goals for the model code. And Shireen and Dolan, the other alternate for Mayor Liccardo, have really led that group, and we'll hear again more about that specifically in a couple of minutes. We've also discussed with other working group chairs and vice chairs areas of crossover where our group is going to need to work with or be aware of and follow along what others are doing, in particular the model code for states working group and the removing barriers working group. For example, we're going to need to integrate, coordinate on franchise agreements, municipal fees and rates, and others. We took a step back, and this was really with Shireen's leadership, to say when we first started in May that we should really be thinking about this in terms of what are some guiding principles, or what are the guiding principles that should sort of drive where we go with the specifics of what we come up with. And I'm going to turn it over now to Shireen. I want to thank her again for her leadership on this with Dolan. And you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doug. And I just want to echo thanks to the chair and the vice chair, as well as all the staff of the FCC. Mayor Liccardo is disappointed he can't be here. But I want to first emphasize that nobody understands how important broadband deployment is as cities do. In San Jose, California, we have 95,000 residents that are not connected to broadband. In California overall, there's about 40% of our low-income population that does not have access to broadband. And so when we think about opportunities in the future, we're the largest city in Silicon Valley, and we want to make sure that opportunities for our youth into Silicon Valleys are open to them. And so that's really the thrust and motivation of many cities around the country in terms of creating the future. And so when we took a step back, we wanted to make sure that we could align on a set of guiding principles across our various perspectives. And I want to thank again the chair and the vice chair for pointing out how do we actually get to consensus around certain issues. And so I'm going to go through very quickly where the guiding principles stand now, and then I'm going to go through some areas that came up for discussion and concern from many municipalities in our or groups. So these are not finalized principles. These are still in discussion. And we're hoping to use the rest of the time for input and guidance around where those questions lie. So in terms of the guiding principles, the first is accelerating the pace of safely deploying broadband throughout the United States. I think that's one we can all universally agree on, that we need to accelerate the pace. The second is to ensure the benefits of broadband networks and infrastructure reach all communities. And again, I want to emphasize that this is about what we are trying to achieve, not necessarily about the how. The third is to promote fair and equal access across all providers to deploy broadband. So we know competitive markets are important, and we want to maintain that competition. The fourth is to develop fair and reasonable guidelines for use of public assets to ensure the best overall outcome for all residents. So we'll discuss this point a little more in depth as we go through some of the concerns. So some of the language in this point is still up for debate. But we can all agree that we want outcomes that benefit the greater public at large and not a subset of the public. The fifth is to develop guidelines for predictable network-level guidelines, network-level planning and implementation to minimize operational impacts on cities. So I think there's a real desire from the cities across the United States to have predictable networks, predictable planning, which I also believe is an overlap with industry. The next is to promote transferring knowledge to local governments to help enable and accelerate broadband deployment. And I want to thank the Office of the Chairman for recognizing that this is an issue. So how do we build capacity and knowledge for especially smaller cities that are struggling with the pace of technology innovation? The seventh is to recognize the need to allocate resources to digital inclusion and innovative business models to drive broadband adoption and close digital divides. We know that access alone is not enough to drive adoption of broadband. You also need to couple that with digital literacy campaigns, with additional tools and programs to ensure that you have digital inclusion, and you need to ensure that ultimately prices are lowered to consumers. We know that cost is the number one barrier to digital inclusion in the United States. The eighth is to include both wireless and wired technologies. The ninth is to promote innovation, economic growth, and quality of life through broadband deployment. And the 10th is to promote fair labor and safety standards for workers and the public. We want to make sure that workers are safe, and we also want to make sure that we have high-quality product implemented on our city infrastructure. So this is where the principles stand now, and we've had hours of discussion on this. I think probably 6 to 8 hours of a full group discussion, and so it's been a very positive experience to have the conversation. There are some concerns around the language that's in the document here, and some of them we thought would be useful to raise in this public forum with you all today. So I'm going to go through these 3 broad points, and then we'll open it up for discussion to the group. So the first is, and I want to thank the Office of the Chairman for clarifying some of the uses of the outputs. And I want to just say a few words on this point, which is there was a lack of clarity around how the outputs will be used, especially in light of the current rulemaking procedures that are going on. And what we have been directed from FCC staff is that this process is separate from those rulemaking procedures. And I think that is of concern to some cities across the country because some of what is in those rulemaking procedures has been, there have been some issues that have been taken with them. And similarly, you mentioned the 20 states that have introduced legislation. And I'd also like to point out that, for example, in California, the SB 649 legislation that's currently going through the California State Legislature has been opposed by over 150 cities in California, including the top 11 big city mayors. And so there are significant concerns about that kind of legislation. And so I want to just highlight a couple of areas that I think for this commission will be concerns for cities. One is cost-based fees that don't include provisions for digital inclusion. So things that don't allow for lower prices to consumers, making sure that we have performance standards for industry and all of the regulation is not just focused on cities and states. The second is around binding municipal codes, and I was glad to hear words like flexible, voluntary, and consensus-based measures. I think that will be very welcome from cities because the needs of New York are going to be very different than Salinas, California. The third is around shot clocks and deemed granted provisions. And so, again, this is an area where I expect the BDAC will have challenges around coming up with clarity here in this area. And related to this is the multiple needs for public infrastructure. So when, light pole infrastructure, for example, is not just used for communications equipment and small cells, it is used for multiple things. And so for cities, when we are balancing those multiple needs and the need to reserve pole space, how do we do that? How do we plan for that? And I think that's a question that needs to be answered. And then also things like incentives for infrastructure sharing and co-location. So I will pause there with those issues and just want, as a final word, just highlight one of the major concerns that has come up not just from cities but from several members of the BDAC is around the pace of this commission and coming up with recommendations by October. And within that, from the city specifically, the need for additional input from cities and what is the process for getting more public input. And specifically, of the 90-odd folks who are on this BDAC are on the working groups, there are only 7 municipality representatives. And so I think there's a concern that even within this forum that the voice of municipalities perhaps needs to be broader. Perhaps there are ways that we can bring in additional voices along the way between now and October. And then finally, on the third point here is around, we really are focused here on state and municipal regulations, but there is little provisions around the areas where it's appropriate for government to intervene if the private sector is not finding the areas profitable or segments of customers profitable to serve. For this group, how do we think about those areas? And what are the performance standards for industry and other stakeholders besides state and local government? Thank you.
Thank you. Why don't I go to just the next steps, and then we'll ask everybody for comments and feedback. At the moment, our planned next steps are, as Shireen mentioned before, trying to fine-tune and finalize the guiding principles, but also in terms of next steps, developing a table of contents, which would then be broken down further into specific code provisions, and using those guiding principles to inform on the specific details of the language. In addition, we think, we've talked about this just within the last week or so, an explanatory document which gives context to how we came up with the code and or guidelines. So we'll be working on that as well. And I'll just, I think, I don't need to reiterate, but, I will. Some of what we come up with may simply be a set of guidelines and may not be incorporated in a comprehensive, complete document, particularly with the time frame that we've been given. And in discussions with others informally, I will say I've had a lot of feedback. We've had a lot of feedback on our working group that it is a very aggressive time frame to come together by October, early November, with a final product. We're working hard at it. We're going to continue to work weekly and more often in between the weekly meetings. But we do have some concerns about that time frame. So to the extent there's an opportunity to consider an extension of that time frame to complete would be appreciated. So that's it. I turn it over to the group as a whole.
Doug and Shireen, I can see there's a lot of questions in the room and a lot of readiness to engage in discussion. Before we get into that, I think I'd like to ask the first question. You referenced that there's a lot of municipalities that have these concerns. How is that outreach? How is that engagement happening? Have you had, for example, sort of expert representatives come to your committee meetings and present views, or is there something a little more ad hoc that's been collecting that input? Maybe you can help the committee with that context, because I think that's important. And then second would be how the working group is, I hear the discussion of all the sensitivities and the tension between, regulation and cities having control of their environment, as I think are reflected by the proposed guidelines. How do you think about the people? How do you think about the people, that 95,000 that are unserved in a city like San Jose and cities like that? How do you wrap that into the context of what you're doing? So if you could just comment on those, and then we'll start the group discussion, that'd be great.
So I'll just take the first question, which is, have we done outreach by asking experts to join the discussions? We haven't done that yet. We've had, as Shireen mentioned, a very robust series of discussions amongst the group, but that is something that we expect to do as we move forward. Shireen?
Sure, and just to, in terms of outreach to cities, so the municipalities that are on our calls have all expressed these concerns. So this represents concerns raised by multiple cities within these groups, and then is also reflective of conversations that we have as a city with U.S. Conference of Mayors, National League of Cities, and bodies that represent multiple city groups. On the point on 95,000 residents, I think San Jose is a good example of what many cities are doing across the country to be creative about solving the digital divide with limited resources. So, for example, we have a partnership with Facebook to provide a new fixed wireless technology called Terragraph that will provide free gigabit speed internet access to our downtown residents, as well as in some of our low-income areas. We also have a partnership with Sprint to provide free access to the internet and devices for about 10,000 low-income students within San Jose to close the homework gap. We also have free device and Wi-Fi hotspot checkout at our public libraries, as well as just coming in September, we will be completing our broadband and digital inclusion strategy for the city, which will include some of our approach to network level planning, as well as monetization of assets, and working closely with industry to really solve this issue. And I'd just like to emphasize that this kind of ability to know your community, know where challenges are, is something that can really only happen at the local level. And so making sure that we're not taking an overly prescriptive top-down view is important to municipalities across the country.
Okay. I'm going to open it up to the committee for question and discussion. To keep this orderly, if you give me an indication that you're ready to speak, we have about 25 minutes for this discussion. Jonathan.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And I'd like to thank the chairman also, Nick, you as well, for the leadership on this. This is an excellent forum to try to develop, I think, a good consensus between localities and industry, as well as, moving ball forward on a number of policies that are critical to broadband, as you pointed out. I just wanted to start by saying that I think it's extremely important that we work closely with our representatives of municipalities and states, that the point that you made about making sure that there's opportunities for broader input is crucial, because Doug is an excellent chairman, knows these issues with great sensitivity and depth, and I think he recognizes, as we do, that this is not useful unless it actually is used by municipalities and adopted. And ultimately, if it's not adopted and it sits on the shelf, it's of no use. So you talked about what are the opportunities for more input. I'd just like to offer that WIA as an industry forum is happy to meet anytime, any place, and be really a welcoming place to discuss with localities their concerns about this. And I'm open as a member of the BDAC to any discussions about that, because ultimately we want this to be a balanced approach, we want it to be fair, we want it to represent the sensitivities of localities, while at the same time taking the best of localities. There's a number of localities that are doing an excellent job recognizing and inviting broadband and trying to basically roll out the red carpet for industry to take the limited capital that we have and invest it in a way that helps their community on so many levels in terms of what broadband can offer. And that's what we're trying to take, is the best vision, so that those localities that want to move forward have something they can take off the shelf and implement that recognize their sensitivities, but also invites capital investment. There's not enough capital to go around for all the demands for broadband right now. So the smart communities are going to invite smart regulation. And we need to come up with that, and it has to be done in a broad consensus fashion. So I'm happy to help in that in any way. Just one point on, I think it was number 10, principle number 10. I wanted to make a point about fair labor and safety standards for workers and the public. Our industry believes and is heartfelt in its desire for the highest standards of safety and treating workers with the utmost of respect, and they're our greatest asset. As a matter of fact, we've taken major steps in that regard in terms of training, education, and apprenticeships. It was here in this room that the former chairman of the FCC and the Secretary of Labor signed a tie-wrap document which created apprenticeships in the industry. We're working with MCC closely to develop diversity in training and diversity in apprenticeships to make sure that workers are safe, that the work is done right, and that they're treated with dignity with a path towards growth. I get a little concerned about what kind of regulation there would be in that regard, given that the industry is taking major steps on its own to develop the highest quality development for workers. And in particular, the safety issue, while, again, of the utmost importance, I want to emphasize one point, which is under Section 332, it's the FCC that sets safety standards. And they do an excellent job. Having served on the commission, I know that they're committed. We'd like to see the FCC move forward with that proceeding so that localities know what the rules are, but I don't think localities are in a position to determine what RF safety issues are. It's designed by federal law, by Congress, to be a role of the FCC, and we have no issue with making sure that it's implemented as strongly as possible, that all FCC guidelines are met in every way, shape, and form, because we're committed to doing that. But for localities to try to take it upon themselves, we have to be very cautious. So I think that whatever model code should reference and be extremely sensitive to Section 332 to ensure that that the role of the FCC is respected with regard to setting safety standards, and we don't get caught in a cul-de-sac. Again, just one final point, which is that those communities that get stuck into that, RF sort of NIMBY craze are ones that are going to see less investment. The smart communities are trying to put that issue on the shelf and say this is a federal issue. It's been determined by federal authorities in good faith, and they can thereby put to rest that issue, which we face again and again in communities, which is spurious views about concerns about RF in cases where all FCC standards are met. The opportunity here, I think, for model code is to get around that, to help localities say, this is something that the FCC set, and if this deployment is consistent with Section 332 and is consistent, then we are not going to get stuck in infinite hearings about RF. So that's just some thoughts on that issue.
Kelly, you have the floor.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a couple of quick comments to your group. So, as somebody that works on a state level and works with municipalities, one of my observations, we did some regional planning a few years ago, and some of the feedback that we got just within Utah was that I had a few planners ask me, are there examples? Are there things that we can look to? Because they are short-staffed in a lot of cities, especially in rural areas. you'll have somebody who's working on multiple jobs at a time. So you need to consider that, but then you also need to consider, the San Jose's. But I think that one good example in Utah, St. George, Utah, it's not in code, but what they do is every Tuesday they have a meeting where if there's new developments, they take those plans, they give them to multiple providers to mark up, and then they help kind of coordinate those efforts. They work with a lot of different parties, and so I think I would think of it in terms of what are the different situations that come up, and what are the options that could be used to address the different situations that could come up, and maybe giving a few scenarios might help to get a little bit more consensus among the group about an approach to move forward on. So that's just some advice.
Don?
Picking up on what Jonathan said, I think this is a serious risk right now. We have a lot of groups who are concerned that they're not at the table, and if they don't feel included, not only are they outside throwing targets at this process, but then in the end, it's those groups that we want to adopt these model codes that we're doing. So I think this is something we seriously need to figure out a solution to. I don't know if it's we start going to their conferences and presenting and getting their feedback early, but I think if just at the end we present a model code to the municipalities and they feel they've had an insufficient amount of input, it's going to go nowhere. And we've already seen a resolution, I think, at NARUC and maybe at the U.S. Conference of Mayors meeting a couple of weeks ago addressing this particular issue. So I think it's something we seriously need to consider and looking for suggestions on. I don't think we need 50 more people on this BDAC. That's not the answer, or even on the subcommittees, but maybe how do we get some of their input earlier on rather than later? Because one way or another, we're going to need their buy-in.
I think that's a good point. 1 minute, Bob, and I'll turn it over to you. We have cleared that the working groups can invite any of these groups to present to them and bring forward their concerns and their input. The working groups are not prohibited from doing that. So that is one mechanism, and it seems prudent for working groups to invite that engagement. But I think Kelly made a really good point. There are a lot of communities out there that are not as sophisticated as San Jose, California, or New York City, and they're struggling with how to manage for this. In Alaska, and I know that's end of the earth for much of you, but it's a very real issue there too. And the city of Nome is struggling with how to manage infrastructure deployment in a very difficult environment, and they would benefit from the guidance of more learned cities and more learned communities. Not every community has access to Facebook deals or Sprint deals. They would benefit from that knowledge. And I think it's important for the working group to remember that this is a forum to bring, all of the best together and surface it as a tool for others to use. And it's not intended to be a process by which cities become constrained in how they operate. Is it supposed to be the best and the brightest for others to borrow from and learn from? So I think inviting those groups to appear before the working committees would be very beneficial as one step. Bob, you have the floor.
Believe me, as being in the telecom industry and having been a regulator, I understand the disdain for having something shoved down your throat, being told how to do something and when to do it. That's been part of my experience in this industry. Now on the BDAC, as being chair of a group that looks at barriers, not only do I see all the barriers, but I also see that a lot of the barriers have to do with municipalities not really knowing how to deal with new things that are coming. And I just came back from NARUC where I heard a panel on 5G, and believe me, that's a lot of stuff's going to be happening in municipalities in order to accommodate 5G, and a lot of it that people are going to want to look at and think about. So, but I also see a lot of municipalities in the barriers, a lot of comments that we've collected so far, are municipalities sitting down and saying, well, we're going to have to look at this, we're going to have to study this, and we really don't know what to do. And it seems like there's a lot of hamstrung municipalities who just do not know how to approach the evolution of technology, and with all these microcells and, fiber going everywhere. So I'm wondering if, on the one hand, you've had the experience of the municipalities saying, wait, we need to have more representation, and we're afraid, really, as to how this work product is going to be used. Have you had any experience, on the other hand, of municipalities coming up and saying, boy, this is something we could really use if it's done right, if it's flexible, if it's modular, and so on and so forth, as a tool? Because it seems to me, from what we've done so far in my work group, that this is a huge need.
Thank you, Bob. Christopher, and then Andy.
I find myself struck by a difference in the tone and the direction of what we set ourselves as a task from this meeting, the last meeting. Last meeting, we talked a lot about, what really spurred me is what Bob just said about 5G. 5G is one issue, which is you're finding areas that are largely served, and you're trying to find ways to deploy new technologies. Nick's introductory remarks, Shireen's, and some of the others have really focused on reaching unserved areas. And it strikes me that they are completely different problems and different kinds of barriers and obstacles, and that a code designed to reach unserved areas, which is without question an important goal, will have nothing, the barriers to that are completely different to overlaying another one. And I'm wondering if we need to make our work a bit more sophisticated to understand all the flexibility to make sure that we deal with them differently, because by mushing them together, we're not going to create a coherent recommendation for either policy problem. So maybe we need to think more granularly about those two basic. I don't mean to chop this into a million pieces, but they are separate problems to me, and they require different solutions.
Andy.
Thanks, Christopher. That's a thoughtful observation. I think you're right on. The challenge here, to a certain extent, and I think it's been brought up in a couple different ways, is that there are a lot of municipalities out there, I think, that don't know what to do here. And so they don't know where to look, and they don't know even really what's coming. And so they're in a place where a lot of them are reinventing the wheel. And there's a lot of danger in reinventing the wheel 30,000 times over for everybody in this room and everybody who's surrounding this purpose. So we have to think about that, and we have to consider that the concept that we're working on, and especially with some of Nick's comments around the usefulness of a model code and how it can be instructive and helpful to these areas so they don't have to reinvent the wheels, is pretty darn important. And so we have to look at that and think about that and realize that that's one of our purposes. It's a big challenge. And what Christopher mentioned is absolutely true, that the 5G pressures, it's awfully hard to get policy even close to where the technology is, right? Because the minute you get a policy in place, the technology is already leapfrogged to the next level. And we don't just have that problem with local governments. We have it at state government and federal government level as well. And so that's going to be a big challenge that we have to look at and deal with. And some of this we have to recognize that perhaps it's only a momentary thing. And there might be a need for us to project out into the future a little bit and look at what that could look like as well.
Any other committee members? Michael.
I've heard some things from a couple of different committees here. We have a monumental task ahead of us. We have some very aggressive timelines. We have 100% commitment from all kinds of different diverse groups. But as Nick said, the enemy of good and even great is perfection. If to do the things to the level or the standards that we want to, it's going to take longer than our November goals. However, we really need to get something out there, maybe an alpha and a beta. You understand what I mean. But to do what we want, I think all the committees will agree it's going to take a little bit longer than the time we have. I just would think that we should push for providing something that can get us started, because there will be lots of reiterations on this. But again, it is urgent and important to get it out as quickly as we can so that we don't end up with 40,000 reinventions of that round thing. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments from the committee?
Point to Chris's point.
David?
I'm not sure it's entirely an unserved area. Shereen, correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought you were talking a little bit more about redlining as much as unserved areas, where you want the deployment in your community, even though it's there to be throughout your community and not just better to do neighborhoods and things like that. And it's in the interest of the municipality to make sure there isn't redlining. Very different than the problem in Nome, Alaska, but they're both legitimate issues we need to be thinking about.
Yeah, I think it's on two areas. So one is on redlining, and the other is on affordability. Because, even if we don't have redlining, but we have, 40% of our low-income folks without access and they still can't afford it, then I think we're not doing our job as a municipality.
But is that something we're going to address in a model code? Should we have that discussion? Is that?
I think that's a challenging question to try and solve for affordability. But I'll tell you right now, my experience is one of the biggest impacts on affordability is the ease of deployment, and that's I think a very long discussion.
Sorry, just one comment on that. So agreed, but if a model code includes taking away revenues on public assets for that, so at cost fees, I think that's where we run into it, because those are the fees that we would redeploy for digital inclusion.
Oh, sorry, Shereen, I didn't mean to step on you. I think that's what's important to note, though, right? We're not proposing here regulation that would force municipalities to change how they're doing things. I mean, I don't think anyone is proposing that. Correct me if I'm wrong, Nick, but.
No, I think, look, there's a tremendous amount of work that needs to be done with broadband deployment. And even at the agency, this is not the only area, infrastructure and how we can deal with kind of the regulations surrounding it. It's not the only thing we're looking at in terms of trying to increase broadband deployment throughout the United States. Everyone knows we have Lifeline, we have the E-rate program, we have schools and libraries is E-rate. We have the rural health care program, we have the high cost program. We have other initiatives. We're trying to also increase the amount of spectrum availability, both licensed and unlicensed. So there's lots of different strategies here. I think my emphasis to the BDAC is you do have a extraordinarily important but narrow focus. So your goal is not to try to come up with recommendations on how to deal with, say, universal service issues. Your goal is not to come up with new ideas in terms of what we can do with spectrum. Frankly, there's just too much stuff, even within the relatively circumscribed role that the BDAC has, I think, to get within anything within a year, for example, even, which is far more than the existing timeline, to get done. So obviously, to the extent that it's talking about what the fees are and how they could be used for other things, that is completely relevant towards what we're looking at here. But again, especially when we're talking about the model codes, we are not talking about federal preemption. We're not talking about stepping in. What we're talking about are voluntary blueprints for cities and states to look to for guidance. And there may be, again, we've talked about the gigabit opportunity zones that Chairman Pai has pitched before. There is a Gigabit Opportunity Act, which is a bipartisan act that Senators Capito and Coons have introduced in the Senate. It's also been introduced in the House. That would provide federal incentives for states and localities, but there would not be penalties. We're not talking about, when we're talking about model codes, I want to be really clear, we're not talking about sticks. We're only talking about carrots. And the goal is, what is the best possibilities out there? It struck me, earlier in my tenure with then Commissioner Pai, we visited Kansas City, and to see what that city did working with its utilities, working with pole owners there, working with the various departments that had to be contacted to try to get broadband built, trying to consolidate all of that. That's not something that every city is going to be able to do, but it's something that was an important step forward, showing how by changing the way cities approach the problem of broadband deployment, there could actually be real results for the people of that city on a voluntary basis. And again, that's, I think, the key aspect of anything that we're talking about in terms of a model code. We're talking about what can be voluntarily chosen. And so I would encourage you guys to look at, for those cities, I mean, and not every city and not every state is going to want to adopt a model code, and I don't think we would expect them to, but to try to come up with model codes that can work in a large number of situations, that allows a city that wants to do something, that wants a state that wants to do something, an off-the-shelf solution, if that's what they want, with maybe some ability to tailor to their particular circumstances. That's what the goal is here. And if that means that we don't get every city, that's okay. And to be frank, one of the reasons we chose everyone here is because they represent and they have networks with hundreds or thousands of others who they're working with. This is not intended to be you guys know everything. You don't. There are lots of people out there, so I would encourage certainly the working groups, the BDAC as a whole, both in your kind of official roles and even unofficially, to talk to people outside of this room, figure out what can be done. But to be frank, we didn't want to choose someone from, say, a municipality that needs a blueprint, because they're not going to be the ones to help design that blueprint. It's you guys who've been working on this, who've been, Andy's been doing this stuff for a dozen years. He understands this much better, frankly, than the average city council member in Kansas. Love Kansas, of course, Andy. But he understands it better. And so trying to bring his knowledge to bear, trying to bring all of your knowledge to bear, so that if Andy wants to go back and talk to those in Lawrence or in Garden City or Dodge City, hey, here's a blueprint that we've come up with. This is what you can do to help accelerate broadband deployment, both wireline and wireless, to your areas. That's what's needed. So thank you very much for all the conversation so far. We really appreciate it. But I just want to really make sure, in terms of what is expected here, it's not expected we're going to start enforcing this against everyone. We're going to mandate this. This is expected to be, here's the best of the best. Here's what you can do if you want to set yourself apart as a city or a state that's ready to be ready for broadband.
Thank you. Karen.
Thank you very much, Chairwoman. So I'm more of a process person, and I thought Professor Yu's comments were spot on. And I think for all of us, it would be helpful for some direction from the larger, maybe Chairman Pai's office, or from Brian, or from the chairwoman's perspective, some direction for the entire BDAC in terms of how we're looking at this problem. He's correct. 5G deployment is very different than addressing deployment for an underserved and an unserved community. And so I'm not quite sure, because I'm not on all of the working groups. I'm on 2, but not on all of them. Like, how are we looking at sort of addressing this, and maybe some direction so we can sort of break them down into silos, and we're all of us, talking about the same issue and addressing the same problem in the same direction.
I think that's a valid request, Karen. I'd like to suggest that at the end of the day, that after all of the working groups have presented and we've had discussion, that we come back to that. I think that would be beneficial, but in context of what we know about where all the working groups are. Is that fair?
Perfect.
Okay. All right. Christopher.
So I wanted to thank Nick and Andy in particular for the framing. I think that it isn't a stick. There are a lot of people. The first time we do anything new, we want guidance from what's gone before. And to take a stupid example, when I planned my first conference, I said, how much do these things cost? Like, well, you can have a fancy dinner, you can have a cheap dinner. Well, that's not helpful. Give me a fat part of the bell curve estimate, and I know I can customize it as any fit. And there are people, they're baffled. I presented recently at NARUC, USCM, and NLC, and I can tell you they want to know what's next. Frankly, all of us do too, and none of us know. So helping them cut that, I think, is really helpful, and I think that's framing is very helpful. And I think David's dead on that we are not here to represent interests. We are here to set up. If they don't buy in, this is going to fail. And we've all wasted our time, and we know that. And so understanding that, I think, is really helpful. I think David's comment put out a really part of the complexity of this issue. He's saying, is it about redlining or is it about affordability? And I'm sitting here, I glance at Megan and Google Fiber, and they actually point out that demand aggregation is one of the big changes. And on the same level, it's deeply linked. And we see this as being done by municipal fiber. We see this being done by international fiber, that one way to lower the risk for providers to serve a community with an infrastructure build-out is to be able to do demand aggregation. And one thing that we can do is to try to identify problems like this where our expertise is saying, look, there's a way to do demand aggregation that's not redlining, that reduces the risks and actually allows communities to get served better. And so on some level, I think David's right. On the other hand, I find like we're finding all our issues bumping into each other. This is another example where that's going to happen, where I think putting out a position where we can normalize some things that are new, just because people are afraid of them because they're new, and actually make them understand that there are new models of how to do this. I think Google Fiber has done an amazing job cooperatively with the city, with their full cooperation, understanding that there were some barriers that we didn't need, and that actually work to the benefit of everybody. And so I think of our mission as trying to find those out, understanding we're not going to solve every problem in the world, but the ones that we can solve, let's do them.
Thank you, Christopher. Kim?
Point, I want to echo what was said earlier. We have to make sure that when we build out cities, we build out the whole city. We don't build out just the parts that will be profitable, but that all the people participate.
I think that's a very valid point. Charles?
I just wanted to emphasize that, again, this is not a theoretical situation here. As a carrier, I just want to emphasize we are deploying today. So we're, in fact, trying to work through these processes, and we are, in fact, spending money today to deploy network. So one of the things that I appreciated Nick's comment on was that we need to try to identify some issues that we can bring up more quickly, things that we can resolve more quickly, rather than trying to cook the whole stew. Can we get some discrete items taken care of and get those off the table? Because, again, this is something we are facing now in every jurisdiction. We're pushing forward, and as was commented earlier, affordability is directly tied to the cost that we have of deployment. So the more we spend in all of these permutations of problems, the less we have to spend on the actual network. So the faster that we can get discrete issues spun up and resolved, I think that has a concrete and real value in today's actual activity on the ground, and it's not just a theoretical activity that we're engaged in.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on now to the next working group. Thank you for the great discussion. I think it's obviously very, very timely discussion. So next is the Model Code for States, and Kelly McGriff will present. Kelly, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, first of all, Chairwoman Pierce, for this opportunity. Thank you, Nick, for being here, and Paul and Brian, thank you for all your patience on all these calls that we've had. I feel like that's probably most of your week these days, is being on the different calls, and we sure appreciate your patience and time that you have spent with us. I'd also like to thank our subcommittee members as well as our working group chairs, Alan Bell, just in from Colorado, back from the mountains, Heather Gold, and Marty Yugovitz, and of course my co-chair, Karen Charles Peterson. We couldn't have done this, the work that we've done so far, without everybody's commitment and help and diligence, and it's worked out really well so far. So with that being said, let's see. We have organized our subcommittee as follows. We have had multiple weekly calls, and during those calls there were several issues that came up and kept coming to the surface over and over again, and those were the issues of state franchise agreements or another type of standard statewide agreement, and challenges relative to municipalities versus a statewide franchise agreement, issues of standardization, and rural deployment hurdles and strategies. And so what we have done after the first couple of meetings is we broke ourselves out into those three working areas, and Alan has taken the issue of standardization, franchise. Heather has taken the issue of standardization, and Marty has taken the issue of rural deployment hurdles and strategies, and we have broken the subcommittee out into even smaller groups, and they are working very diligently to address those issues. Here's our approach to what we're doing. I like what you said, Nick, about this is all about carrots and not about any sticks at all. Well, I mean, how's this not already done then if it's all about carrots, right? But that's a great way to look at it. And what we are trying to do is create something that is part of a larger library. We assumed that the committee as a whole is attempting to create documents that can be used as resource materials for the country, be that states or municipalities or legislators or other stakeholders, as they try to navigate through this project and through the issues that are surrounding broadband deployment. And this is a resource. So we want to create a document that is very expansive, that covers a lot of detail, but is modular in nature, that can be allowed for, if, for example, a legislator in Massachusetts, say, looked at the state model code that we produce and sees a section that they think maybe, well, this will never get passed in our legislature. Well, that can just be broken off and not used, and the rest of the document could be used. But we want it to be a resource. We want this to be something that can be used by lots of people in lots of circumstances. That's what we're looking to do. We are not looking to create any division. We have a big emphasis in our committee on comedy, and I say C-O-M-I-T-Y. Well, C-O-M-E-D-Y as well. But we, Karen and I have adopted the principle of being able to disagree without being disagreeable. And the whole committee is doing that. And we, I think that's a good way to approach it. But we're trying to bring all aspects and all views together, and at the end of this, hopefully have a deliverable that is can be used by communities and states wherever. We also wanted to ensure that the document is agnostic in nature, and that is we don't really we're not trying to we're keeping an open mind, and we're not going to adopt any one approach. To that end, we'd like the document to be technology neutral. So, Andy, when you talk about, well, we're dealing with these issues now, where are we going to be in 10 years? Well, we want to look at kind of an overarching theory that we incorporate into the code that talks about timelines and fees, and not so much relative to one technology versus another. So it's technology neutral. So again, agnostic in nature. We want it to be usable by as many communities as possible. Let's see. we understand that there's going to be overlap. We've had the working chairs have had the subcommittee chairmen have had a call with regard to overlap and how we deal with those issues of overlap. We understand that there's going to be overlap, and we think that's okay. And the fact that there's overlap, that means that these are important issues, and they're important to all of our subcommittees. And so we understand that, and we welcome the discussion on all of that. And again, creating a document and a deliverable that can be used by as many people as possible might include the fact that we have overlap, and there might be different ways to address things. In fact, I'm sure there will be different ways to address different items. And we want to create a document that people can pick and choose from, and we think that if there's a different deliverable from a different committee that covers a same issue but in a different way, or took a different path, well, that's fine. Because, well, again, what we're looking for is to create one book in a library of documents that are a resource library. And if some stakeholder is looking to create something to present to their state legislature, they can come to our library and pick the state model code. And if they don't like a portion of the state model code, they can break that out and do something else. So that's what we're attempting to do. So after our couple of weeks, as I said, we broke into our 3 working group committees, and the first group is dealing with statewide franchise agreements, or a model of some type of statewide document that will address issues of broadband deployment on a large statewide application. We understand that obviously might be in direct contravention to the work that Doug's committee is doing, because oftentimes municipalities would be not so much in support of a statewide franchise agreement. We understand that. We're going to present the deliverable, and if there are certain items in our deliverable that can be used by a municipality but not that area, then they can break that area off. But we do see the franchise on a statewide application serving as the vehicle through which we execute on the other 2 topic areas of standardization and rural deployment. With regard to the franchise agreements, there are certain key provisions that we want to make sure that we include. As I said already, talking about including language that includes technology neutral provisions, standardization of franchise fees, integrating permitting fees in that, as well as build-out provisions, the customer service standards that are set by the FCC, and then integration of municipal franchises. We are looking at state codes that have already adopted some of these procedures, such as, for example, Florida. There was as we understand it, a great amount of pushback by the municipalities years ago when Florida adopted a statewide franchise, but it appears to be working very well from an industry perspective. It is certainly something that works very well for people trying to actually deploy broadband. It seems to sometimes create an uneven playing field, or that's the perception, certainly, when a company is able to put in the work and get the municipal franchise agreements in multiple municipalities in a large urban area, because then it creates a significant disadvantage to other companies trying to come in and deploy broadband in that area that don't have it put in the 4 or 5 years of work to obtain all the franchise agreements. I know that from my perspective, in larger municipalities in larger urban areas where, for example, in one large urban area where it's comprised of 48 municipalities, and I've had to meet with, over 4 years, 48 mayors, 48 city attorneys, go to multiple city council meetings, and finally negotiate and hammer out franchise agreements and pay thousands of dollars in franchise fees and pay for their attorneys to review our franchise agreements and things of that nature. And now I'm on the other side of that. And if I'm wearing the Unity Fiber hat, well, that's a great thing for Unity Fiber, because now we have an advantage over other companies that are coming in trying to deploy broadband in that area.
But if I take that hat off and I put on my broadband deployment hat, then it seems to me that we need to make this a lot more standard and a lot more streamlined and a lot more easy to allow the barriers to competition to go away and the marketplace to take effect to lower costs and increase service to more citizens. So that's what we're trying to do as we discuss how we integrate a statewide franchise versus multiple municipal franchises, and of course keeping everyone's perspective is one of our top considerations. Now, moving on to the challenges of standardization, we are looking at building a code which implements state-level standards because we believe they may allow for lower cost and faster deployment, and as it reduces variability from city to city. From my personal experience, we are deploying over a 20-state area, and the provisions in different municipalities vary widely, and that calls for a lot of expertise. It calls for a lot of a very steep learning curve, a lot of time, a lot of money as we are moving into multiple different areas and learning how we deal with different permitting departments in each different city. So what we're looking at is a way to standardize that more at the state level, perhaps at the DOT level, and handling one-stop permitting, things of that nature. When we are looking at standardization, we want to include these key provisions, which we've identified as items that need to be in a state model code. We want to simplify the access to rights-of-way, which would include access to federally controlled rights-of-way in states, such as on interstates, which that is not uniformly applied across the United States. In some states in which we deploy, the state DOT allows us to deploy infrastructure in the federal right-of-way. Other states will not allow that. Some states will allow attachment to state bridges. Other states will not allow that. Alabama, which is my home state, is one of the, I believe it might be the state with the most navigable waterways in the union, and they allow no attachments on bridges. So that's $500,000 for every trench we have to dig under a river, because we can't attach to a bridge. I've spoken with the multiple people from the Department of Transportation, and they say, well, what do we do if we have to service our bridge? Well, give us an order and tell us to be off in 30 days, or you'll cut it. We'll be off in 30 days, trust me. So these are barriers to deployment. We're looking at standardization across those, and standardization access of rights-of-way would definitely be one, including simplified access to poles, ducts, and conduits, including municipally owned and managed poles in the right-of-way. We understand that Texas and Colorado have very good language in this regard, and we are looking to those ordinance or those state codes to adopt into our code. We're also looking at simplifying access to railroad rights-of-way. We understand that's going to be a big lift, but we're going for that, and we are going to include that in our state model language. Again, that may not get anywhere in a lot of state legislatures, and we certainly understand that, especially out west. But we're going to include it and have it in there as part of the provisions, and if any stakeholder wants to remove it to try to get the rest of it passed, we certainly understand. We're absolutely going to include dig once provisions. We think that's very important. That's a very important key provision for standardization for many different reasons, and this kind of goes to the excellent work that Marty has been doing on our rural working group. If you simply looking at the cost of deployment and the fact that I would say, and I'm sure most of the industry guys in here would agree with me, 85% of the cost of a build is actually digging and doing the civil engineering. Imagine how this turns the business model on its head to deploy out to a rural area if we don't have to put in the conduit, because the conduit was put in 2 years ago when the state repaved the state highway out to that community. So once you do that, your CFO is going to come to you and say, oh, this is easy. We can we can afford this, we can do this, and we can get fiber out to this area. So those are things we're looking at. Siting procedures and making those standard and more standard across the board in every municipality in the state, because that is a big issue as companies attempt to deploy across the state. Service provider shot clocks, we are looking at 60-day clocks, and then, of course, state and municipal shot clocks as well. All issues that are part of the standardization issues. And then finally, rural deployment. We approach this model code, as I said, with a holistic, whole state approach, agnostic in nature, modular in nature, and it includes urban, suburban, and rural environments. But we, as I'm sure all of you, everybody here has some rural area of whatever state you're from. And Carlos and I were talking, or Carlos has made the comment in our committee about the fact that, it's very important. There are communities out there, and when we're talking about communities, we're not just talking about, and I didn't realize this until Carlos made this point. We're not just talking about a community as a little town out in the middle of nowhere, although that's a lot. But there's also people in areas that are communities, are made up of, but there may be just one or two in a little town. And so if those people are disconnected from any ability to connect to the broader world through broadband, well, then they might be subject to derision or ridicule or thinking they're the only person that's like that. And so it's very important that as we move forward with this and talk about these type of removing these barriers to deployment, what David was saying is something that we need to continue to talk about. Is we're being inclusive in nature. This is to bring broadband connectivity to the least and the last, and that's what we are doing. We're doing the Lord's work. That's what I really think we are. And I have taken a trip across the country. My family is on vacation right now in Lake Tahoe, and I have driven from Mobile, Alabama to Lake Tahoe over the last couple of days. I've driven to a gas station outside of Las Vegas, and this guy was standing there with his phone plugged into a plug on the side of a gas station, and he was doing business. Whatever he was doing, he was like, yeah, I can be there tomorrow. I can work. Absolutely, thank you. He was standing in the one place within 100 miles where he had connectivity and he could get power so he could have a job the next day. 2 days later, we ate at a restaurant on the edge of Death Valley in Nevada. And it's a place called the Happy Burrow. It's really good food. But we had a cute little waitress, and she was just a bright penny. And I asked her, I said, how old are you? And she said, I'm 19. And I said, well, so did you graduate from high school? She said, I did. I went to high school right here. And, I mean, this is you would drive 100 miles through the desert, and you get to this little spot in the road, and then you drive 100 miles more, and there's nothing. And my wife, and neither my wife nor I nor our children had any connection on our phones. I mean, the Google Maps went out. We were like, oh, my gosh, what do we do now? And I said, well, we don't have any connectivity here. I mean, do you have connection? And she goes, no, we don't. And I said, well, so you don't have a cell phone? And she said, no, I don't. And I said, well, where'd you go to high school? She goes, well, they're right across the street. There's a high school right there. I said, well, how'd you do your homework? She said, well, what do you mean with books? I said, well, did you ever have a laptop or get on the computer? And she said, no, I didn't. I said, what are you going to do? And she goes, I'm going to do this. And that's her life. She was happy with that. But just to know, my daughter is a rising senior at our high school in my town. And just to think that if Camille did not have connectivity because it's just not offered. Sorry, that's just your lot in life. I mean, those are issues. Those are real issues. That really came home to me over the last couple of days. So, and I'm sure, Elizabeth, that's something that you deal with where you live. I mean, that hurts my heart to think about people like that. So we're doing the Lord's work. That's what I think. And with regard to rural considerations, I'm sorry, I got off track. I do that a lot. My wife tells me I do that all the time. I don't know how to. Okay, here we go. So we're trying here to bolster the rural-specific requirements and elements that focus on rural needs, designating rural communities as people with less than 100 people and or non-water square mile outside of the county seat and lacking broadband access. And when Marty came up with that description, I was thinking, who is that? Well, now I know who that is, and it's very important, obviously. And so that's where we're approaching our focus here. Now, with regard to the key provisions, and that's so small, let me just run some through these. Pole attachment pathways, one-touch make-ready, which is a big deal. I deal with it in the industry. I'm sure if you are industry people, you deal with that as well. We're talking about maybe like a kind of a dig once application here. For example, if you're digging, call into the state central registry. They put it out to everybody who's registered with Dig Once, and it's on them to call in a locate ticket within X amount of days, and then you're clear to dig. And if you cut somebody, that's on them. It's not on you. So a one-touch make-ready, we think would be something that would be very helpful here as we talk about deploying in rural areas, because, the fact that we have to call in to the utility, and the utility then puts us on. I know, I got it. I'm finishing up. A 60-day clock, and then once they put that out, then everybody else that's attached to that pole has to go out there, move their stuff up, and then we can't touch their stuff. They can't touch ours. This adds days, time, money, and is a barrier to deployment. I've been in a lot of meetings, as I'm sure you guys have, where your lawyers come in and they tell you, okay, well, here's what we got to do in this town. We got to do this. We got to meet with the city attorney. We got to meet with the mayor. We got to meet with all the city council people. They have a franchise agreement that's only with reference to broadband. It's not reference to pole attachment agreements. That's a whole other document you have to negotiate, et cetera. And at some point, your executive might say, we're out. No, we're just not going to go there. Well, there you go. That's enough barriers to keep deployment out. Dig once. Is another focus that we want to tend to right there. So items that we want to include here are federal and or state capital expenditure tax deductions. That's a huge thing. That guys really will turn the business model on its head. If you can deduct all your CapEx in the first year on building out to a rural area, think about that. That reduces your cost greatly. Expansion of E-rate to critical government and municipal locations, E-rate prioritization, authorized sales tax exemptions, investor tax credits, and allowance for municipally owned networks where necessary. So just finishing up real quick, we're working on integrating the 3 topic areas into this adaptable document as we've discussed, and we're going to be putting that together over the next couple of months. To echo Doug's comments on that, Nick and Elizabeth, it would be nice to have additional time. Everybody on my committee is a successful type A person. You wouldn't have them on this committee if they weren't. I understand that. And they are extremely busy. They're at the top of their pyramid in their organization. I get it. And it's a huge deal for us to coordinate these weekly calls. And I appreciate every minute of their time. And then to know what they're doing when they're not on the call to help is huge. But it's a big lift. It's a big lift. If you tell us that we have to do it, we will do it. But it would be nice to have additional time. I'm just echoing that. I want to thank Karen for all her help, Alan, Heather, and Marty for their tremendous work, as well as the rest of our committee. I'm very proud of what we have done and what we're going to do, and appreciate all their time and commitment. Finally, roll Tide.
Thank you, Kelly. As I'm sitting here listening to you, I'm thinking about all the private investors that I talk to who are looking for good technology projects and who are looking for fiber projects. And they're out there, and they call me all the time. And number one on their list is permitting and regulatory. Permitting and regulatory. Predictability around permitting and regulatory, especially across all the layers of government, would ease a lot of private investment decisions. So thank you. Opening it up to the committee now for discussion. Andy.
Okay, well, so I don't think I have enough time to cover all the issues that might cause municipalities to bristle on this one. Yeah, so I think time would be good, but I do want to I want to throw one question out there, and one of the ones that certainly sticks out to me is the one-stop permitting. I understand the desire and the need for trying to make that easier for people to get in the market, deploy, and so forth and so on. But there's also a value at a local level that the permitting process and, in fact, the deployment through the permitting process is very, very important. And I'll give you just a couple examples that I want you to recognize and realize that at a state level they wouldn't understand this or see this. 2 days ago, Lenexa, Kansas, where two major arterials cross, the intersection was shut down with fire trucks and emergency vehicles because a provider or a contractor of a provider hit a gas line as they were putting fiber in the ground. A couple years ago in Kansas City, Missouri, putting fiber in the ground, contractor hits a gas line, restaurant blows up, and these types of things happen. When Google Fiber was installing in Lenexa, Kansas, and I love Google Fiber, by the way, I have it at my house, but while they were putting their infrastructure in the ground, we had no fewer than 3 gas line cuts a day. And we had our public safety group, fire, police, so forth, on full alert during this whole time, shutting down neighborhoods, mitigating the problems, making sure that nobody was hurt or killed. Permitting at a local level is critical. There's a value add that happens here. There's an understanding and a coordination that happens at a local level. And I just don't want us to lose sight of that fact. I understand the goal, but I want to make sure that we don't lose the value add on the other side so that people's lives or neighborhoods or whatever could potentially be in danger in this. And so just something to throw out for you as you begin to look at this at a state level. To me, it feels a little bit like we're going to grab this at a state level and do it, and that'll make everything easier. And what I'm telling you is that perhaps it won't.
Okay, here's my response to that. I hear you. I understand that. First of all, does Kansas have dig once?
No.
Okay.
And they should.
That's probably why there were 3 gas cuts and a restaurant explosion.
Right.
Because Dig Once is not a municipal program, it's a state program, and it works terrifically. It's a state registry, and if a provider, which is a public utility, calls in to Dig Once, then that's out there to everybody their utility that has to be registered on Dig Once, and they've got a certain amount of time. So that's not really a municipal program. That sounds to me like a state failure for not having a Dig Once, number one. Number two, I've got great permitting guys. I mean, I'm 20 states. I've got pros in my permitting department. We've got our own, engineering departments. I mean, if we have to deploy, we will jump over every barrier we have to expeditiously. My guys are great about walking into any permitting department, making friends with the ladies behind the desk, having a check ready and not ever question a thing, and getting the permit. That's no problem. But, I'm charged with creating a state model code. That's what we're doing. And we're going to create something that is going to help or advise people that may want to use it of, hey, well, here's a good deliverable that has great code sections in it that we could adopt at the state level. But, to address that issue, I think it would be a dig once thing that would be a state level thing. I mean, that's my only thought there. Understanding that municipality, I deal with municipal permitting departments all the time, and 98% of those are great people and doing great jobs, and they're doing it to protect their cities. I understand that, but on the other hand, I'm dealing right now with one major United States city who is not. They're doing everything they can to stop us from deploying for T-Mobile, where T-Mobile is wants to deploy in the area of their town to serve the least and the last in their town. And I have gone to their city council people and I said, guys, look at the map. This is not Verizon. This is not the affluential parts of town. I mean, they want to deploy in the area that you guys say that you don't have any service and that your citizens are not covered. So this is what we're talking about. But we're pretty much shut down in that large, major American city. So huge barriers to broadband deployment there. And we are at 120 days and counting, and keeps going. And the last time we were here, that was an issue I brought up because it was happening then.
So I think what I'm hearing, though, is in the balance of that is there are problems, and they've resulted in real situations that are issues, but there are lessons to be learned from other areas that have already solved for those problems, and that's what we're trying to capture, right? Alan? And then Brent.
Yes, Andy, a lot of the model codes that we looked at, and I'm an electric utility, 454 cities in Georgia, I understand permitting very well, but most of the model codes that we looked at allowed the municipalities to continue having the permitting on the right-of-way. So because it was on the list as permitting statewide, it did not mean you get your permit at the state and you do whatever you want in the city. It was the cities, we would consider whether the cities would continue to have control over the permitting on their rights-of-way, and that was just a list of one of the issues that was on there. So that I don't think there's any preconceived notion at this point that we're trying to remove that from the city rights of way. I myself think that would be a mistake. So
that's all. Thanks.
Brent?
Sure, thanks. So I came across a transportation issue that might have relevance for broadband, and I'll raise it for the group and for this working group in particular. But as part of the 2015 FAST Act, the transportation bill, Congress allowed state DOTs to be reimbursed with highway trust funds if they do capital improvements to ITS infrastructure, which is intelligent transportation systems. And so what this envisions is a nationwide system of vehicle-to-infrastructure units and vehicle-to-vehicle. And it seems to me there might be some, as states are deploying this and being reimbursed for this, just informing carriers. I mean, there might be some sharing of conduit or poles and other things as this is being deployed. So I'll raise it. You can take it or leave it, but I thought it was an interesting provision in the FAST Act.
Okay, Jonathan.
Thank you. Nick mentioned that there were 10 states that have enacted laws. It's actually going to be 12 soon because 2 other states have passed laws that are on the governor's desk to be signed. So we really have done a lot of work in the states, and the Wireless Infrastructure Association has been deeply engaged in all of those states, and we have a lot of experience, and a lot of those were negotiated heavily with municipalities. In some cases there was an agreement reached. In some cases it passed the legislature and signed by the governor despite complete agreement. But the point is that there are not just a few models out there. There's 10, and it's like a 10. Instead of reinventing the wheel, we have a 10-wheel truck rolling through state legislatures right now with a number of good examples, and it sounds like you've looked at some of those, and I hope you're taking advantage of those. We'd be happy to help also to go through those and look at the best elements in particular and try to get that grease, because I think there's a lot of good models. And one thing I'd note about the work, and maybe a question too, is a lot of our members prefer the per attachment row access fee model, not necessarily a statewide franchise model. So there's a lot of other ways of going about this that are flexible, that allow companies to scale up a DAS deployment or a small cell deployment, et cetera, without necessarily a statewide franchise. And I hope that you would allow that sort of either or in the model.
That is, thank you for that comment, and that's kind of goes back to what Karen and I decided at the very beginning, is that we wanted to make it agnostic and include as much as possible. And so if someone felt like they could not get a statewide franchise agreement passed through their legislature, that they could go the other route. So yeah, I'd definitely like to talk to you about that more.
Okay. So Mark, then Shireen, then Megan.
So I just wanted to go back to the state versus local control on permitting for a second. So in Michigan, there was something called the Metro Act, which was passed, which I think is a good balance of the two. The state of Michigan recognized that there was a lot of issues or complaints from providers where they were saying, hey, I got to go to a city, I got to learn the ins and outs of the permitting process, I got to go to 4 different departments, and I have no idea how long it's going to take me. So the state of Michigan said, well, we're going to create a standardized shot clock, so it's 45 days, and there's a standardized permitting application fee, but the permits themselves are still controlled on the city level. The city still has remedy to deny permits for things like traffic control issues, or really kind of give them the one-off. If there's some reason there's an existing dangerous utility area, the too many utilities, the city can still reject the permit, but must give a reason why in a reasonable period of time. We found that to be a pretty effective system where we're operating in Detroit. Kind of helped us get in as an ISP startup and really hit the ground running, so to speak. The other kind of case study from Michigan is on the franchise side. So back in the 1980s, there was a single video franchise granted to a cable company in Detroit. So they were granted the exclusivity across the entire city. This was, really predating broadband rollout. So then in the 1990s, when another provider came to town and wanted to do broadband and video, it turned into a pretty contentious fight. So it went to the state level. The state stepped in, created the Michigan Uniform Video Franchise Act, which kind of took that power away from the municipal level. So they worked with municipalities, and I think there were a lot of municipalities that were pretty unhappy with the result, but they standardized everything from the franchise fees, the PEG fees, created the rule set where it can't be a monopoly anymore, which I think is really important when we talk about broadband deployment. Competition increases speed, decreases price. That's just basic, free market economics. So that's another example from Michigan that you guys may want to take a look at that might be helpful.
Shireen.
Kelly for his comments, especially his comments on rural America. As someone who grew up in a very rural area in Arizona, I appreciate that we need to bring broadband to those areas, even though now I live in a big city. I also appreciate the approach about being flexible, adaptive, and agnostic that you're taking. I think it's a very smart one, and common sense policies like Dick wants, I think, are going to be welcome. But I do want to raise, again, the issue around municipal voice in these sub-working groups, because I believe, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Kelly, that there aren't any municipal representatives in your group. And
that's right.
And so, and I know that you had reached out to Doug and our working group, and I applaud that for trying to get a little bit more of a voice, but a model code for states that doesn't include municipal voice, I think, is of concern, and I would echo Andy's concerns as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Megan.
Thank you. So on the point about permitting, whether a permitting process is expedited and streamlined as many entrants are supportive of or slower, safety is always going to be an issue if the records that are underlying that process are not maintained for accuracy. And I would point out that that's a very important consideration when you're hearing about things like line strikes, et cetera. If the underlying records are not up to date, there's always going to be a greater risk of a problem arising. And I think that should be taken under consideration when talking about permitting, because no matter how much paperwork you do, if the lines in the ground aren't where they say that they are supposed to be, that is always going to create these sorts of risks. So something for the committee to also consider in weighing through these options. And thank you very much for the very thoughtful presentation and all the hard work.
Thank you, Megan. Any other discussion, comments, questions for Kelly and team? Okay. Kelly, thank you. Obviously, the subcommittee's been doing a lot of very thoughtful work, and I know this is a challenging issue to align what's in the best interests of the end users and in align with the municipality's interests and unorganized communities, and it's very challenging. I think you're right. What we're doing here is bigger and more important than any one constituent, any one frame of reference. And surfacing the best examples, surfacing those items that are working in other parts of the country, that's really what we're trying to do. We're trying to get the best options out there for people to learn from and adopt. And so, thank you. Great. So we're going to take a break now, and we will reconvene at 11:35. 11:35. So 11:35 by that clock on the wall. Thank you. All right. Next up is the working group presentation for removing state and local regulatory barriers. And Bob DeBrew will present for that working group.
I need a clicker. Is the clicker for the slides?
Oh, it's right here. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, well, thanks everybody. I've been enjoying this meeting so far, and hopefully I will add something to it. And with that, I will just dive right into it since I think lunch is after me.
Smart man.
Just to kind of review, and at the end, I'm not going to go through and individually name all of the members. That will be on the last slide. So, just to kind of review our tasks, and I see us on sort of a different level than the two groups that have spoken so far. I mean, one of the members of our group that isn't here characterized us as sort of the forensics part of this. We're the ones who come out with and wrap the yellow lines around the barriers and try and identify them and say, why are they here? And the other groups are, helping deal with the barriers, and we're going to make recommendations as well, but not in the context of something as specific as codes. And after Nick's talk and after some discussion this morning, it seems like one of the important parts of our task, and in reading through, we're uncovering all kinds of barriers. Some of them are piddly, some of them are very important. I think it will be helpful if we can prioritize. It's possible that a small percentage of the barriers, if you could remove those, you could move a large way forward in terms of deployment, and then the rest of the barriers, maybe they're worth working on, but you're not really going to get the bang from the buck. And I think around the table, we've got people who probably have opinions on those types of issues. So, our task is to identify patterns of specific instances of actions at the state and local level that serve as barriers to broadband deployment. And these are the categories that we're actually using at this point. Deployment moratoria, unfair burdensome rights of way, negotiation and approval processes, excessive fees and other costs, unreasonable conditions, and bad faith negotiation practices. For those, we're supposed to provide specific recommendations to the Commission on how to address these patterns of behaviors. We're also identifying examples and discussing the consequence of local government restrictions that may prohibit or have the effect of prohibiting service. For example, requiring undergrounding for wireless facilities, placing restrictions on the placement of communication facilities in a right-of-way, prohibiting upgrades to facilities, and prohibiting the placement of new poles in a right-of-way, and again, recommending solutions. And then finally, examine the extent to which municipalities may single out communications-related deployments for more burdensome treatment than other deployments that have the same or similar impacts, and again, making recommendations. Now, I'm sure there won't be anything controversial when dealing with municipalities, so that one will be a breeze. What we're doing is we are going to, number one, collect data. Number two is the overall view, analyze the data for patterns, and then develop the actionable recommendations for the FCC. And as you'll see in this presentation, we're still in the process of collecting the data. We are meeting weekly, as are the other work groups, and we've established a subgroup, so we're sort of meeting twice a week for those who are in the subgroup. To date, what we have done is we've really focused on identifying the barriers, and we actually have a very small print spreadsheet that's got all kinds of columns, and one of the columns is the description of the barriers, and it really goes on and on and on. But there's a lot of categorization that can be done there. So that's what we're doing with the 189 examples that we've just collected internally to the work group. We're also looking at the FCC comments filed in the two recent proceedings on wireline and wireless barriers, and we have a data subgroup that's reviewing and summarizing all 202 sets of those comments. We set a deadline to complete that by July 24th. And then we are going to undertake the analysis portion of our exercise. Whoops, I guess I'm forgetting to move the slides here. Maybe I should hand this to you. There you go. So we're on slide 4, I think. Yes, great. What we're intending on doing, and this is where people should really start paying as much attention as possible, because this is where we will be looking for feedback, because we want to make sure we're doing something that's going to be useful to the other groups. The quantitative analysis that we're going to look at is to tabulate the numbers of comments citing barriers by the main category and other factors, and that may or may not be that illustrative. Identify the patterns that exist, but not fully describe the root causes and rationale for such barriers. So that's the quantitative part of it, and just because there's a lot of numbers doesn't mean that it's necessarily a more or less important barrier. In terms of the qualitative analysis, we're going to look at why does the barrier exist? What is the root cause and the rationale for the barrier? Is it a barrier that makes sense? Is it, are there historical reasons? Are there aesthetic reasons? That type of stuff. What is the consequence of the barrier? How does that barrier really prevent broadband from being deployed? Does it prevent it completely? Does it slow it down? How have some states and localities dealt with such barriers? As we've heard around the table, there are already some good models on the table in terms of how to deal with various issues. I mean, some, from what I've been reading, some especially smaller municipalities are kind of scratching their head because they don't really have the resources to analyze the issues and figure out how to deal with things, but there may be a municipality or a state that has actually dealt with that issue. So cataloging all that stuff, I think, is going to be important. And what solutions have been recommended? There are a lot of good solutions out there, and at the end, the resultant, the findings will all be discussed to formulate the recommendations. In terms of the timeline and how we're working through this stuff, we started, obviously, on April 21st. June 6th was our first meeting. Here we are, July 20th, at the midterm BDAC meeting. And the July 24th, so 4 days from now, we're expecting to get a lot more data to populate our analysis tool. And then on August 16th, one of the things that we've decided to do is to sit down for a day here at the FCC as a group and to go through this stuff because there's going to be a tremendous amount of data that we have to analyze. And just sit down and kind of noodle through the data, look at it, see what patterns develop, and then decide and look and see what it is we need to do to develop recommendations. I don't know that any of that is obvious until we really, really dig into what the barriers are and sit down as a group and talk that stuff through. And in terms of pending issues, one of the things we are concerned about, I think we have a fairly good handle on our process, but we're kind of interested in what might be a good format for presentation of all this stuff, what might be helpful to others. And as I mentioned before, I think, such a format would need to at least highlight and emphasize the importance of the barrier in terms of what its removal or what its alteration could do in terms of letting the broadband move out much quicker. And then the final slide is the list of members of the group. And that is my report.
Thank you, Bob. Obviously, a lot of diligent work trying to identify and catalog all the barriers. So interesting. I'm looking forward to reading that. Let's open it up for committee discussion. Questions, comments? It won't get you to lunch any sooner by holding back. Jonathan?
Thanks for all the good work on this. I just wanted to highlight, you gave some examples of issues that are causing barriers to broadband deployment, and danger of giving examples that some things aren't on there that people are concerned about. So I just wanted to make sure I highlighted the issue of tribal and state historic preservation issues. We're having major issues in terms of delays and costs due to tribal issues. And you're going through the records, so you'll no doubt see this, but we did a joint filing with CTIA, which outlines the extent of the problem and offers some, I think, very helpful solutions that I hope I want to bring to your working group's attention.
Jonathan, just so you know, I mean, we're going through everybody's comments and cataloging all of those things in the different categories. So as you can see by that spreadsheet, it's really long. So I work very closely with Tim Ulrich, who's like the master of plotting out all this data. He's like the Zen master of data, and so we are going through everybody's comment. In fact, that's how we divided up the assignments. Everybody has somebody's comments, and actually we each have about 14 to 20 of everybody's comments. So you'll have a working group that's very sort of hands-on with the data. So when we come together in our big meeting, we really will be able to go through and say, okay, this is the category with suggestions on how to do this. This is the category with what city said the problem was, and this is the category where the companies are having a problem, and also where I think I'm so happy that there's a number of tribes, a number of small cities that have weighed in, and so we'll be able to take all those pieces and see how we can present them in a way that when we get them as the big group, we can balance, right? Because that's really what it's all going to come down to, balance. How do we get to there and keep a hold of the issues that Andy talks about, but be clear about what Kelly talks about in terms of getting it done. So like I said, I'm giving Tim the brilliance badge because having it all laid out that way makes it easier for all of us to see what the issues are for different entities in a way that is agnostic.
Is there any way to share the data? Kind of the raw comments, or before the presentation, the final presentation, at least raw data. I think that'd be useful for everybody.
I don't see any reason why we can't. I mean, the spreadsheet is set up such that if you're a spreadsheet guru, you can do pivot tables and all kinds of fun stuff, and you can sort on the categories. You'd be able to sort by state. You'd be able to sort by city, where a specific city is, and you could even join our work group.
Right. Well, and you missed the assignment. Yeah. I mean, it's really a good time to join.
So volunteers, let Brian and Paul know. Any other discussion? Oh, Doug.
Hi. So I sit on this working group, and so thank you for all your leadership and all your work. It is a massive task to take on. I want to make two comments. So one is around this idea of root causes. So I wanted to thank you for focusing on getting beyond what the complaints are and looking at the real systemic issues that we need to address, because there is a danger to finger pointing without really doing the capacity building for small cities, for some of the other areas that we've discussed already in this group. And then my second point is I want to caution around the quantitative analysis because of the nature of the exercise. I mean, there are 19,000 cities in America representing 200 million Americans. And the way this exercise goes is by nature, industry and corporations have views on multiple different cities across and can provide comments on those multiple different cities, whereas an individual city can only comment on their city and are resource constrained around their ability to make those comments. So if we take straight quantitative analysis, you'll end up with a more narrow perspective in addition to the makeup of the committee. So I just want to caution, that word of caution, and I hope we can take that into account when we do the final analysis.
Yeah, I think the quantitative analysis, the main reason it's going to be done is because it will be easy. I'm not sure we'll really learn much. I mean, when I read through this stuff and I see, in particular since cities were raised, and I see all the various types of things that people list as barriers in terms of developing or deploying broadband through cities, pretty much each one of them, having a little bit of familiarity with this, I can think of 5 different causes that are completely different. One could be lack of resources. One could be, potentially favoring a competitor. One could be the city wants to compete. I mean, there's so many different reasons that I really think the quantitative analysis is really simply, we're doing it simply because it's possible and it's easy and it can be done first, and then we'll see, okay, is there anything here we can learn? Yes or no? Okay, what did we learn? Let's now move on and get at the causes of this stuff.
I also think that today some really great options opened up, right? People said we can invite people. We can, if we don't get enough of, let's say, X cities or enough tribes to weigh in, then we can invite people to come and make presentations. So like you said, that we get a qualitative sort of a summary of not just one perspective on this, but other perspectives. So I think the fact that we're getting it done so fast is going to be the key to how we figure out what's the best way, to take that data and, like you said, look beneath the surface of what people complained about and focus on, how to make that be fixed in a way or balanced in a way that we move to the goal, because that's really what we want to get to.
Doug.
Thank you. So thank you for the work you're doing. I think it's going to be very instructive for what we're doing on Model Code for municipalities. And I think Alan probably was thinking what I was thinking.
Keep our hands on it.
Yeah. If the question, and I'm thinking about the schedule. If your meeting is August 16th, is there an opportunity, or would there be an opportunity for us, our working group, to get at least some of the information before that meeting, so that we can think through what information you're analyzing and align it to what we're doing. And then we'd want to do the same thing probably afterwards. I'm just thinking that information, even on a preliminary basis, would probably be very helpful.
So I'm on your group. So it's not like I can hide. So, we totally exists, right, to share and to collaborate. So we'll talk, and I think after the 16th meeting, or we might just give it to you in the raw data, and then we might come back and say to you what we did in the meeting. But all of you certainly have access.
Thank you. What I'm mindful of is I don't want to ask you or Shireen or others when we're on both multiple committees to do yet more work for us. But thank you. I think that's an offer.
I think it was implicit in the original ask, so I recognize that's like a connectivity, like I'm just connected, so it's all good. It's all good. We'll make it happen.
Any other comments, discussion? Well, this working group seems to have it organized in a way that isn't creating a lot of discussion. So I'm going to try and create some discussion. Okay.
We made an executive decision over here that we might share. As soon as we get it, we're going to share it in the raw form, so they won't have to wait till August. And then when we meet in August, we'll share what comes out of that.
Sure. So we have time, and people are interested. So can you share what's the number one biggest on the list? Which barrier do you see coming up is the most commonly reported or outcome?
Well, that's a good question. When I read through them and I start to categorize this stuff in my head, the word that keeps coming to mind, and I have to explain it quickly so it doesn't take on a negative connotation, is the word chaos. There's just a whole new era of communications equipment and ways of communicating that are moving out, and I just don't think agencies that deal in terms of rules and procedures and processes, I think they're sort of caught, not necessarily unaware, but it's like, wow, how do we deal with all this? And I think there's so many different possible ways of doing it that it hamstrings a lot of people. It hamstrings a lot of organizations that are used to sort of doing things in a bureaucratic way, where there's a permitting process or where there's this or where there's that. I mean, there's a lot of examples of states and municipalities just sort of saying, well, we need to step back and we need to figure out how to deal with this. And then the industry comes in and pushes and pushes and pushes, and it's almost as if things grind to a halt. So, I mean, if I had to have a general big category, and I'd be interested in anybody else here who's, has other experiences, but I think, how to do these things, how to do pole attachments, how to do, in this new era of you need to put more stuff on the pole. And then there is also the sort of the rural-urban divide. I mean, they are different problems. I mean, dealing with this stuff in rural America where there's just line of poles and you just kind of, I'm going to make this up, but you just drive by at night and attach it and hope nobody notices. I know that's actually happened in the past. Whereas in a city where you've got conduits and, it can actually, the cost of deployment can vary so much between cities and rural areas, and sometimes it's higher in one than the other for reasons you wouldn't even think of. So it's really it's chaos, but not in a bad sense. It's just catching up. It's the procedures catching up to what's happening.
Andy,
I just want to pile on that conversation, those comments, because absolutely, and I may substitute the word fluid for chaos, but because it's more positive, right? But it means the same thing. Everything's moving very fast. And the part of the problem at a local level is it's hard to develop policies or work with things that you've never seen. So here comes a wave, and a pretty significant wave of 5G implementation within cities, and yet cities have never seen it. They don't. So it becomes almost and somebody used the term earlier, the NIMBY, or not in my backyard type of syndrome. The reason why they have that NIMBY mindset is that they're afraid of what they don't know. And we deal with this all the time at a local level. And so cities and towns and rural areas and so forth are also to a certain extent afraid of what they don't know. And they're looking forward saying, okay, we sort of see the advantage, but what are the real implications? What are we going to see? Are we going to see refrigerator-sized things on our light poles, or are we going to see, little manageable things that nobody even notices? Are we going to see boxes all over the ground? Are we going to see lots of things being dug up and so forth? And so this lack of knowledge or lack of understanding preceding this is actually sort of a barrier, right? And I see where that's an issue. So I really appreciate your comments on that, and I hope we can explore them a little bit further.
You're not going to lunch early, so we'll find something else to talk about. Go ahead, Michael.
Go ahead.
You're next, Kelly.
Okay. As I review some of these things, well, first of all, I need to get my glasses out because the font is way too small. But what I'm seeing is that there are a lot of different stakeholders. We all have a common goal. One of them, the tribal lands. Tribal lands definitely want to have the asset of the broadband there, but they want to make sure that it's not going to have those refrigerators that are obstructing the view. They want to preserve and protect their perspective and their interests. And I see that. Again, we're all looking at this from different angles. We have the same common goals, but nobody wants their thoughts to be left out. Everybody wants to be considered in the process, and I think that's a good thing. But as we've heard of chaos fluid, nobody knows what this looks like in 3 years, let alone 5.
Kelly.
Just to echo Michael's comments and Andy's, that's so true. I just touched on the fact that we're talking about adding some technology neutral language in with regard to permitting, but to your point, Andy, that I think that's always going to call for industry people meeting with city people in the permitting process or in some other forum to talk about, all right, here's what we have. We have a 5-gallon bucket size thing that we want to put on poles in this area, and give us your color palette, because they will be all the same color. Do you want them metered, or can we have power run directly? And that's just with the thing that's coming right now, because you're right, we don't know what's coming in 5 years or 10 years. So we're always going to be in a scenario, I think, where industry is going to have to meet with the local areas, regardless of the permitting structure, to talk about whatever the installation scheme is.
So when Quintillion started out, and we were a startup, we're building brand new in a locale where fiber had never been built before. We started our planning. The first thing we started looking at, of course, was permitting. And there are many, many layers in Alaska, many more layers than I think a lot of you would probably experience where you are. And it struck me that it was viewed as an absolutely confrontational engagement, that industry and the contractors and the permitting authorities at every level, that we were preparing for battle. And it struck me as, this is absolutely wrong. Why do we have to prepare for battle when we have a common interest to build something that people need, that we need for the economy, that we need for society, for education, for employment, for health care? Why are we engaged in a battle? And I started to look at, in our area, what sort of underpinned that. And it was it was that approach developed early for some reason, maybe because processes weren't established when the oil companies built the pipeline and things like that. And we very deliberately tried to take a different approach. And before filing permit applications, went and had conversations, and we started trying to break down those barriers. But I think that this is probably not unique to Alaska. From what I'm hearing, there's this same sort of expectation of tension and challenge, even where there's a common interest. So maybe this committee needs to think about, and in the working groups, how do we change that dynamic? It's, as we're laying out model codes, as we're identifying how to break down barriers, maybe the overarching barrier is that we have a combative mentality about this from years of history, and part of the going forward needs to be able to think about how to break that down. Andy. Don't help yourself.
Well, I'll try to help myself, actually. This is really interesting, and there's a great parallel that we have with planning departments and planning cultures, if you may, all over the country. We certainly had it where we are, where there was a certain amount of control that planners and planning departments had over whatever was being built. And it became almost, the culture itself became a confrontational culture. And I think that as technology came in, they were going through that same culture, the planning departments. We purposefully, as a city and as a governing body, decided to change that culture. And in changing that culture, we had to change some people. But ultimately, the understanding was we need to find a way to help our developers do the work that they're doing that helps us all. And we understood that, and so we ultimately had to go in and dramatically change the culture of our planning department. And I think that probably is something that needs to play out over and over and over again at some point in time, and I don't know how to do it from a global standpoint, but it'd be really cool because it has made a huge difference in the way we work with developers within our city and people trying to build within our city. And they have remarked over and over and over again how much more friendly it is to work with our city, and that's exactly what we had hoped to do. And so exactly what you're saying. I think it's a cultural thing. It may be the old school planning mindset and mentality, and I'm going to hand it over to the utility guy because he probably has firsthand experience with this.
And we do, and I hear a lot of comments today as if this industry is coming as one, and you have one product you want to send out, and it's very simple. Why can't you people just get in line and get along? And as an example, the antennas, and we've been working with antenna providers since 2011 when the FCC made us work with antenna providers. And one provider comes to you and they say, your auxiliary equipment we want to put on the pole, your limit is too small. I need more. And so we address that issue. One provider comes and says, I need to extend above your pole more than you allow. I need more. The next one comes and says, your RF limits are way too low. We want to put two antennas that combine, more than what your limit is. And sometimes we say no. And I'll bet we show up as a barrier on your list because we say no. And we have very good reasons for saying no. But the industry is developing, and a lot of times before we can even get the contract negotiated, we find out the company's gone away because that technology doesn't exist anymore. So we've wasted a lot of time in trying to allow something to attach to our poles that we're not in the business to do. And that's just wasted effort on our part. So a lot of times, the barriers aren't so much because, we're being uncooperative is we're trying. It would be great if we could just say, here's the bare pole, just put whatever you want to up there. But it turns out we have other needs for that pole as well. And we want to work with you. I was discussing earlier how, the electric utility industry is at a crossroads right now. I mean, our revenues are declining. We need economic development. What is necessary for economic development? Connectivity. We're not trying to keep things off our pole, because it's somehow to our advantage. We want, our South Georgia to be connected, and so that economic development can return to that area. But, we do have our needs to meet as well, and in doing that, sometimes it appears we become a barrier.
No other discussion? Go ahead, Chris.
The business of culture and what you were talking about knowing where we're going. I think you brought it up. I think that's the most important thing, because if you look at the carriers, at least from our perspective, from AT&T's perspective, we're learning where we need to go. We're constantly designing the networks. I mean, every year we have a new design to some degree. And I think the understanding and sitting down with the municipalities and sitting down with the states and saying, this is what we're doing, I think that matters. I think the challenge we get into is the data growth. We see the data growth increasing. It's not just us. It's multiple carriers that go to the cities and the states. And when you add in the fiber and the other, startups, you add all that together, how does a city decipher what's the master plan here? And I think that's what I'm trying to work with right now, at least from our perspective, is to make it clear on what we're trying to do. And I think somehow we've got to get to a point where we all work together from the industry to say, here's the master plan. And I'm not sure what the answer is, but that's certainly a challenge that we've got to work through.
Shireen. And then Martha.
I want to pick up on a couple of points. So one on the permitting process that Andy mentioned in planning departments, and one of, I would say there are opportunities there to improve the process. So some of the other work that I do in San Jose is looking at our permitting for building inspections, other pieces, and using some lean ops principles and other things that I used to use in the private sector, we're able to bring that, time for opening up restaurants from 6 months to 1 month pretty quickly, right? So there are opportunities, I think, in sort of some of these reforms within the departments. But I really want to go to the second point that Chris brought up around what's the plan. And I do a lot of work with our mayor and our council on, especially because we're in Silicon Valley, we're at the forefront of connected vehicles and a lot of Internet of Things technology. I have companies knocking on my door constantly about, can we get stuff up on infrastructure? And the question, really reframing the conversation with mayors and city councils around this is digital infrastructure, and we need to think about it as infrastructure the way we think about roads, and we need to plan for it long term. And it is a challenge for us as a city when we've got multiple players coming to us. How do we balance that at a citywide level and plan for networks that are going to last, 20, 30 years and adjust for that pace of technology change? That's a very complex question for cities. And so what does show up as barriers sometimes is really a symptom of the fact that this is a complex issue that really only now in history are we starting to think about digital infrastructure as infrastructure.
Martha and then Christopher.
Thank you. I wanted to amplify a little bit on some of Alan's comments from the little bit different perspective of electricity providers in the rural areas of America, because I'm pretty sure we're going to show up as barriers in the analysis. The irony here is that we are the underserved communities. We want the providers to come. We need broadband. We need it. Madam Chair, as you opened up this morning, you talked about
education, telemedicine, job opportunities. We need the providers to come and provide service in our areas. I can tell you stories about members of NRECA who have offered zero pole attachment rates if providers were willing to come to our territories and serve. We've never had a provider take us up on that offer. So I look forward to further conversation, because I think in addition to the conversation around the table about culture and change, there's a great opportunity here to have some conversations that I don't think we've had in the past, and I look forward to having. Thank you.
Thank you, Martha. Christopher?
I'm hoping that I'm in a unique position. I'm neither a federal nor state regulator. I'm neither a provider, owner of poles, or a provider. And so I don't have a financial dog in the fight. And so my role here is to try to help in a very there's a way I can be constructive, I hope. I feel that this last 5-10 minutes of this meeting signals a change in tone that's going to get us into the difficult work that lies ahead. I mean, we've been setting agendas of things to talk about, and we've been able to punt stuff we can agree to disagree on. We're going to enter the phase where that's no longer possible. And I have a plea, which is, I think that some of the comments that Shireen has made and the other providers is we have to find common ground. And I think what the cities have realized, and I do believe Google Fiber tremendous amount of credit for this, is that there's a shared interest here. And what really set me off right now is I want to tell you something, Alan. You are not a barrier. You're an essential partner to this process. And the telephone companies who want to attach the poles and complain that they are paying too much are the same people who complain that when people had rights of access to their infrastructure, they got paid too little. And the real answer is, if you can't pay for your poles and if cities can't get proper compensation for their rights of way, this isn't going to work. And in every bargain, there's someone who wants to get paid more and there's someone who wants to pay less. And we go through this whole, I keep thinking of labor negotiations, we go through this whole fight. We all know we're going to get a deal at the end of the day, but it's going through a lot of kicking and screaming and unpleasantness. And don't you all wish we just wish we could jump to the end and get to the deal, the fair deal, where we know that one side's going to get an adequate compensation for the real contribution they're making for the infrastructure they provide, and other people aren't being paid too much they bear a burden for they can't provide the services through the infrastructure they need to provide. And so what at the end of the day is going to happen is we're either going to come to a place where we'll get that perfect solution where everyone's unhappy a little bit. In a way, I heard something at NARUC when I was there last week. They said, our obligation as regulators is to disappoint people. We are going to disappoint people. And the hope is that we can disappoint everyone enough somewhere in the middle to get something that reasonable, that we can take a focal point, not with a hammer or a stick, but a carrot, a point where here is where a considered group of people think is a reasonable compromise that compensates pole owners appropriately, that compensates cities appropriately, that divides federal and state authority appropriately, and provides the service providers with a decent price without being overcharged, and we can get this common solution we're all looking for. And it's a gut check for all of us. Is that in the end, it'd be very easy for us to collapse into our personal interests and obstruct what should be at the end of a compromise. But what I'm saying is, in the end, what it would mean is all of us are going to, if we're going to get a decent product, we're going to have to sign off on something that we believe is reasonable, a balance, which we would not individually push for as advocates for the interests we represent. And as in anyone who's gone through these negotiations, you have to understand and really embrace the legitimate interests on the other side of the table. And what I hear is, if we move this all up to state franchising, municipalities are under tremendous revenue pressure right now. They have historically depended on that revenue to pay for a lot of important services. That's a real interest. On the other hand, the state level franchising, having to negotiate with 48 different cities to get deployed is a real problem. And if we could find a way to set where the municipalities get the revenue without having to do it 48 times, there seems to me there is a way to do that. But now we're getting past the kumbaya stage into the hard part, right? Where, we can just tee up issues. And I guess what I'm hoping is in the next 3 months between now and November, that we have the kind of conversations. You've all been through these negotiations where you go through the all initial part and you get to the point where it's like, okay, what do you really need? We're going to get there. And we're entering that phase. And I hope that the initial statements here are setting up an important set of interests, but we'll get to the point where we represent not just what would be in the best interest of our day jobs, but we do the work of the BDAC.
Doug, then Jamie, then lunch.
I'll be quick. Thank you, Christopher, for that. I think it's a good timing to bring up that point because I was starting to sense that shift as well. You mentioned a bell curve before. I think the example that you raised about the operator or provider that has one view when they're trying to attach and a different view is frankly the ends of the bell curve. And I think we are going to be looking for that the high end, the bulbs, et cetera. But I will tell you that on our working group, and I think it's come across, but I would describe what we've done as some of the hard work and the clashing. Very respectful. Nobody's fighting in any aggressive way. But there's more of that to come. So I think I completely agree with you that the hard work is really got to continue. But what I feel about our working group members in particular is there's a very strong desire to try to come up with that balance. And so we're going to work as hard as we can to do that. But I agree.
I guess I'm officially between you and lunch. So I wanted to connect on the points that Christopher made and a little bit on the utility, the rural side. So I spend all my time in underconnected and unconnected areas. And my experience is entirely opposite to a lot of the discussion here. Whenever we go to an underconnected and unconnected area, the thirst and the desire is there. So the barriers we found are much less. And to Chris's point around meeting with the community, like most of our time is spent educating what's this thing going to look like on somebody's home, what's this thing going to look like, to your point about, is it a size of a refrigerator or a size of this? But in the underconnected areas in particular, it's about education and that template of, these are the kinds of things that these look like. Can we help educate that more broadly, more quickly, so that we're not having to do it on the ground, shaking hands every time, and can more broadly take that template across these areas? Fundamentally, by doing those meetings, we never get pushback. We want this here. How fast can we do it? And I've never seen the utility companies, for example, in those areas ever get in anybody's way. And they're usually as fair and equitable because it's a profitable service if it's done right. It doesn't always have to be quote unquote high cost, especially with the new technologies. So I would say generally, the more we can template these things, and separate the differences between competitive areas where 5G and things like that are going in for good reason. There's capacity demand and there's price pressure. There isn't price pressure or capacity in these other areas, and I think we need to handle them just radically differently. So, thanks.
Thank you, Jamie. All right, we will officially adjourn for lunch and reconvene at 1:35 by that clock. Lunch is provided for the committee members, and I'm going to officially adjourn, and then Brian's going to give you lunch instructions.
Oh, sorry. All right, thank you, Elizabeth. So those of us around the table, we are heading up to the first floor for lunch. You may think you're already on the first floor, but it's actually 2 floors up from here. So we'll just head over to the elevator bay. It's just kind of right in front of where you enter on 12th Street, and we'll just kind of head up there in groups. And Paul and I see a couple of my colleagues out here, John and Mike. If you guys could help us sort of shepherd everyone up there, that would be helpful. And then we'll get everyone fed.
so it's kind of...
It's unlikely that...
Do you have any...
All right. Will everyone please take their seats so we can reconvene our meeting? Still missing a couple. Oh. That's actually a little better than I expected. All right, I'll officially call our meeting back to order, reconvening from our lunch break, and I hope everyone had a chance to collaborate and talk more with colleagues, committee members that they don't otherwise get to spend time with and share ideas. I know I had an opportunity to talk to a few people, and I think that was beneficial. We're next going to be joined by Commissioner Clyburn, and so we'll be waiting just a minute for the commissioner to arrive. But in the meantime, we have a new alternate in for the afternoon session. And I'm sorry, is it Ricken? Yes. Ricken. Welcome, Ricken.
Thank you. I thought you would not notice, but... you picked the wrong person.
I try to be observant, especially with this group. So after Commissioner Clyburn, we'll hear from Commissioner O'Reilly. And then the last working group presentation of the day, which will be the Competitive Access to Broadband Infrastructure Working Group, will present. And then we will finish up with some discussion and some planning for the next steps. So we still have a busy afternoon ahead of us. If you need coffee for that, please go ahead. And just give us a couple of minutes, and we'll get started when the Commissioner Clyburn is able to join us.
So Commissioner Riley is actually over at City. He just came in and sitting down, so we can.
Do you know reverse? Do you want to check? Okay. Brian's checking to make sure he's, but Jonathan kind of waylaid him for a minute. Yeah, I think Brian's just checking to make sure that's everything.
Brian knows.
Yeah, he was going to check.
Oh, he's waiting.
Oh, checking on Commissioner Clyburn.
He doesn't want to interrupt.
Yeah. Okay, I think we should. Tree. Do you want to go ahead with Commissioner O'Reilly or wait for Commissioner Clyburn?
We can wait because they're not.
It's okay. It's 2 minutes. Okay.
He swooped in right now.
Yeah, right at that point. It's a way of doing that. Yes, Michael.
Caffeine? and there's plenty more back here.
Yes, thank you, Michael, for the generous gift of chocolate. There's milk chocolate and dark chocolate on the table over there, along with the caffeine, which has caffeine along with the coffee, I should say. Okay. Okay. committee, Commissioner Clyburn, is with us now. So if you will please welcome Commissioner Clyburn and give her attention for her comments. Thank you.
I usually go straight to my name. I guess I was just... Good afternoon, everyone. It's good to see you. Again, thank you, Ms. Pierce, for allowing me to come down. It's very much a pleasure for me to join all of you. And when we last talked about 3 months ago, it was a little cooler here in D.C. I'm glad you came back anyway. You know, visiting D.C. in July is not for the faint of heart. So I commend your dedication, and drink water is what all I got to say. But I would also like to offer a special welcome to Mr. Is it Huckabee? There you are. Whose presence strengthens BDAC's ability to directly address state and local issues. And as you think about state and local model codes, I'd like to put in a plug for you to consider one of the more pressing market failures of our time. As you consider recommending reforms to state and local franchising authorities, I'd like to recommend something a little different, that you address an area where we see exclusive franchises produce significant market harms, and that's arrangements in states and localities for inmate calling and video visitation service. Now, I realize this may take you, maybe able to surprise you a little bit, and it may bring you outside of your comfort zones, but I think this issue fits squarely within the realm of BDAC. If you can figure out how to draft model code provisions to rationalize a process for procuring rights of way and tower sites, how about for state and local procurement of inmate calling and video visitation arrangements? Because failure in these markets is due to the same type of rent seeking that we sometimes see that adds thousands of dollars to broadband projects, but in this case, it adds thousands of dollars to an already stressed personal budget for low-income families that have a loved one in prison. Now, the reason why this should matter to you, and again, this might seem a little different for you, but it matters to you, is because this regime and these families, because of this regime, are and will be less able to afford the very services made possible by the infrastructure you are charged to strengthen. A solid, widely developed model code could address some of the worst problems that occur, and they often occur at the state and county levels, because I don't know if you are aware, and it is great if you're not, but I have heard that local calls can cost as much, and people have paid as much as $25 per minute. So what you're seeing is a tax, in essence, on families that can least afford it. And if they can't afford to make a simple phone call, they're not going to be able to afford to be connected to broadband and all of the other enabled services. And the very thing that you are attempting to do will be made more difficult if we do not address this issue. It not only impacts families and marriages and children, and there are 2.7 million children. It again affects your areas, the tax base, and the ability for broadband to be more ubiquitous. So I urge you to look at all of these issues and the issues in which you talk about. Now, you're going to spend 99.9% of your time talking about infrastructure and all of the barriers. But the number one barrier is the inability for those who are not online to get online, and those who are currently online to remain online. So I really want to commend you for making personal and economic, in some cases, sacrifices to be on this incredible committee. And in a short period of time, you have already made your mark. So I want to thank you once again for all of your hard work. But I urge you to not think of this in isolation. please don't approach this as being a singular silo or a singular mission, because if we don't think about all along the platform in a continual, inclusive manner, and thinking about the consumer, the one who will benefit the most by connectivity, then I honestly we would only be thinking about one half of the opportunity matrix. Think about the entire mile. Think about the entire matrix. Know that there are people on the front and back end of all of this. So I'm looking forward to working with you to talk about how we ensure that all of our efforts, no matter what our inaugural charge is, that they are harmonious, congruent, and inclusive. So I want to thank you very much. I doubt if we have time for questions, but I don't see Mike O'Reilly yet. Well, see, I didn't see him. So I'll yield the balance of, I'm sorry. Yes, it is. But I'm only 5'2 and a half, so, it's okay. We're in good company. So if you have any questions while he walks up in 2 seconds, it will, I promise to be succinct. But if you don't, I'm right upstairs, and I will be eavesdropping on you, if you don't mind. Not stalking. Just want to, not for the record. Any questions or concerns?
We have time for one question.
If not, we'll see you soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Clyburn. Now we welcome Commissioner O'Reilly to share some remarks.
Thank you. I hope you don't mind. I'm going to use this. Don't anyone turn around. Hope everyone had a good lunch. I want to thank my colleague. I didn't exactly see that go in that direction, but she's been such a champion of the cause, and I applaud her for her work. I want to thank the chairman and the commission staff for the opportunity to be before you today. It's been a few months since BDAC's initial meeting, so it's entirely appropriate to get a timely report on the status of the working groups and overall progress being made. I've been watching your proceeding from upstairs in my office. I do feel it's necessary to address the chatter that there's insufficient representation of this group or that group on BDAC. I find this debate somewhat unwarranted, as the most important feature of BDAC is the outcome. This doesn't mean that the process should be ignored or an ends justify the means approach should be adopted, but I think we should let the good members of the committee conduct their work. There'll be plenty of time to critique or criticize it later, if absolutely necessary. I can't implore enough upon this group the significance of your task. Broadband deployment remains a top priority of this commission. It's more than a soundbite. It's how we are judged daily by those that do not have access, and it's how we will be judged in the future by our contemporaries. It's the reason why I've spent so much time implementing and fixing our high-cost programs, from standalone broadband and reforms to rate of return carriers to the Alaska Plan to ensuring a balanced playing field in the CAF Phase 2 reverse auction to advocating for a challenge process in Mobility Fund Phase 2. And it's why I spent so much time and energy to eradicate barriers to broadband deployment. Let's not sugarcoat it. A key barrier standing squarely in the way of broadband deployment progress is unnecessary and fixable obstacles being imposed by certain state, local, and tribal governments. In some cases, it's a lack of competency and resources, and for others, it's intentional to exert some type of control or extract higher rents from providers. Far from being universal, there are good actors out there. But too often and too problematic are the bad actors, preventing Americans from having opportunity and benefits that broadband brings. And with new technologies, especially small cell networks, come new opportunities to throw up roadblocks to achieve some myopic purpose. Some will say that all we need is greater cooperation and collaboration between providers and state, local, and tribal governments. There's this viewpoint that if we encourage further discussions between providers and these government representatives, then the problems will go away. Others argue that if only we understand the pressures of their governmental jobs, we'd have a different perspective. Having worked on these issues for over 2 decades, I can tell you that's simply not true. These hug and kiss approaches have been tried before. It's not that providers aren't nice enough, don't understand their plight, or are unwilling to work through the issues. It's that bad actors simply have the wrong agenda in their hearts and minds. We have governments overseeing modern communities that swear by technological progress, but then still allow the regulatory broadband siting and installation procedures to be ruled by aesthetics and RF concerns, which are not valid or legally justifiable reasons for delaying approval. Let me share a story to highlight the overall experience faced by providers. 6 weeks ago, I was in New Orleans examining the wireless broadband build-out efforts of Southern Link, which is on the BDEC and here today, and we've heard from Kelly quite a bit. During my visit, I got to maneuver a cherry picker and a boring machine, tools of the trade for those deploying fiber and wireless networks. Sadly, I also got to see firsthand what happens when you prevent power from reaching over 100 small cell transmitters already deployed in the city by Southern Light, and with another 350 in warehouse ready to be deployed. Just imagine working for months and months to get permitting approval and finally install the equipment only to then face a fight over obtaining necessary power. Without electricity, these small cells are rotting in the hot yet moist New Orleans sun. The benefits are clear. Turn on these small cells and see wireless broadband speeds double or triple in less affluent areas of the city. Double or triple the speeds. But what did the local government and energy company do? For over 6 months, Southern Light couldn't get an answer on what was causing the delay. Just yesterday, I got word that concrete issues were identified and being addressed. But it shouldn't having to come to this. I plan to follow up on this situation, and the city and energy can expect to hear from me directly if it's not resolved satisfactorily. On that point, what I'm looking for out of BDEC is creative and aggressive recommendations to get state, local, and tribal governments off the dime. The model code is a good idea, and certainly some governments will likely take advantage of the subcommittee's work. I do worry that as each government entity puts their own twist on any model code, there's a probability that its effectiveness will be diminished. At the same time, it's going to take some new approaches to change old law and bad habits. In the past, I suggested that the Commission send staff experts to testify at government hearings and meetings on zoning, permitting, and the like, especially where we know that there are problems in opposition. That way, it's not just the naysayers fighting against broadband providers. Maybe it's a good approach and maybe it's not, but you get my point on thinking outside the box. Thankfully, the Commission is not putting all the burden to solve existing deployment barriers on your shoulders. We have other proceedings that we should move concurrently with the committee's work. Hopefully, we can do our part as you do yours. In closing, I look forward to seeing the results and recommendations of BDEC in the coming months. In the meantime, I thank you all sincerely for your efforts. Thank you again. Thanks for coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Reilly. We appreciate the remarks. Hey. All right. So, powerful message. We have an opportunity as this committee to participate and contribute meaningfully. There is a need for action and there's a need for results, so let's get on with it. We'll move to the next working group presentation, the competitive access to broadband infrastructure. We have as presenters Brent Skorup, and alternating for Ken Simon is Monica Gambino. Brent and Monica, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you. Is there a clicker? Thank you. Do I point it over there? Figured out. Thank you. And I have the tough task of following up after those two great statements from the commissioners. Think outside the box, and we're after lunch, so I hope you had coffee. But nevertheless, here I go. And so Ken unfortunately couldn't make it today, so I'm pinch hitting for him. And so I'd like to run through what the competitive access group has been working on, and just as a guide, I'll be remind everyone of our charge and deliverable, talk a little bit about our working group, leadership and structure, talk about how we've gone about our meetings, and in particular our initial meetings, and then spotlight on the 4 committees that we've formed around certain issues. So the charge for the competitive access group is generally to develop recommendations to promote speedier and more efficient competitive access to utility poles, while at the same time ensuring safety and integrity of existing attachments. We're reviewing commission timeframes as well as states who have reverse preempted. We're exploring the attachment process, and in particular, one-touch make-ready in detail, and right-touch make-ready, and providing a consensus approach, hopefully. We'll talk about, or we're looking at make-ready fees and other pole attachment rates when competitive entrants enter a market. We'll also be looking at the FCC's complaint process and identifying inefficiencies or delays that we identify. The next big category is examining and developing recommendations for non-utility pole infrastructure, so things like ducts, conduits, and street furniture. And finally, just looking at ways of improving transparency with a view towards assisting competitive entrants. And our deliverable, as everyone else's, is to have some recommendations for our fall vote for the BDAC. And so you probably can't see the names here. I'll go into them as I talk about our committees in a minute. But our structure is, so Ken Simon is our fearless leader and chair. I'm vice chair, and then I'll talk about some of the other members. But it's been a pleasure to work with everyone. We've got many diverse viewpoints. We've got mayors, we've got academics, we've got people with major carriers and rural carriers and electric co-ops, and we've tried to hear everyone's views, and we had that diverse opinion in mind when forming our committees. I'd like to highlight our designated alternates, and it's a little far for me to read right now. I'd list Natalie Beesman, Martha Duggan, Clay Fennell, Monica Gambino, Alan Gibby, Christian Stout, Megan Stoll, and Joseph Tiernan, and they've been very helpful in filling in when other members can't make it. And so our members are distributed on 4 committees. We have a Fees and Rates Committee, a Methods and Practices Committee, a Timing and Process Committee, and an Other Infrastructure and Transparency Committee. And in a moment, I'll dive into what all those committees are looking at. So to start, for our initial meetings, we thought it'd be a good idea. We decided as a group to consult outside experts for our first 2 phone calls, and we had hour and a half phone calls for our first 2 meetings. The first was legal experts, and we sought out attorneys who have worked in pole attachments on various sides of the issues. So we had lawyers who represented cities and CLECs and ILECs and rural electric co-op. And what they did is describe for a while and then take our questions, which is very helpful, outlining the history and current state of federal law concerning pole attachments. They describe the process of how states reverse preempt and regulate attachments, and they also discuss the law surrounding exempted providers, pole owners like electric co-ops. And in our second meeting, we decided to hear from practitioners in the field. And so, again, we sought out many different views. We had people who had represented currently or in the past, ILECs, CLECs, cable operators, utilities, cities, and wireless infrastructure companies. And it was a very useful discussion and helped highlight just some things that they're seeing in the field, especially as particularly as new wireless and small cells get out there, and talked about some of the usefulness and drawbacks of right touch make ready, as well as real world deployment timelines for us and overlashing. So with all that, we and with our charge in mind, we decided to break up into 4 committees. The first one is the Fees and Rates Committee, and the members are listed here, and that should be Chris Bondurant, not Charles. But committee chair is Karen Charles Peterson. We have Jim Mathewson, Mike Saperstein, myself, and Christopher Yu. And our general mission on the Fees and Rates Committee is to look expressly at make-ready fees and pole attachment rates, and examine ways that that these can be improved and lowered or raised depending on the circumstances. So a lot of what we anticipate doing, and I should emphasize, is these are all just preliminary areas that we're looking at. We don't have recommendations at this point, but these are what all the committees are looking at, and it'd certainly be helpful in discussion if there's anything, if there's a blind spot or something we've missed. I hope we'll discuss it later. But we'll look at make-ready fees, explore the range of rates if possible, charged by various pole owners, utilities, carriers, co-ops, and government-owned poles, as well as other hurdles to reasonable rates and fees and application fees and that sort of thing. We'll be looking at wireline versus wireless rates and trying to compare those and see why there might be differences, and also looking at geographic differences or differences between cities and states, as well as depending on who owns the poles. And finally, looking just generally at transparency in rates and see whether and how rates are available, and that would be useful for us, and hopefully if there are disparities, we can find some low-hanging fruit about why those disparities are, and if we can bring those in line across the nation. So the next group is, what is this? Methods and practices. It's covered by the text. So this group will be looking at one-touch make-ready and right-touch make-ready in particular. This is a large issue, so we decided to devote an entire committee to it. Lyle Niffler is the chair. Aaron Deacon, David Don, Mayor Daniel Friesen, Kirk Jameson, and Mila Medine, and Clay Fennell serve on that committee. And so they'll be looking at various issues. They're looking at contract qualifications, so when contractors are in for make-ready, just what qualified means in various contracts and who qualifies as contractor. Be looking at safety integrity for make-ready. One of the things that struck me, someone raised for our practitioner call, particularly with wireless small cells, they have to connect power on top of the cell past power lines, which is a pretty novel thing, and there's some uncertainty about how to standardize that, and so we're seeing these new issues pop up, particularly for wireless. So safety and methods that can improve safety and also protect existing attachers and pole owners. They'll be looking at damages. One issue that came up from our practitioners call was just issues about indemnification and the unfortunate circumstance when something does go wrong, how liability sorts out. There was also an issue raised of, in many areas, this industry has changed a lot, and some attachers from perhaps decades ago didn't attach up to code, and then it's a question of who's liable for that decades later when the original companies might not even be there. How to assign those damages. Looking at general fairness and reasonableness requirements, and some of the methods and required for looking at rates and what's a fair rate. They'll be looking. I found it interesting when they proposed it, is looking at possible clearinghouse ways of standardizing many of these procedures and methods and practices, similar to Spectrum Clearinghouse or a similar clearinghouse way of making the make-ready process more standardized and nationwide. They'll also be looking at ways to automate the process and make things go more efficiently with shot clocks and the idea of looking at penalties or incentives and other ways of ensuring compliance with make-ready. The next group is the timing and process group, and this group, this committee will be looking at the FCC's timeframes as well as states who have reverse preempted, looking at their timeframes. I mean, there's many out there. There's a lot of layers to this, so they have a big charge. But they'll be looking at the Commission's complaint process, identifying delays and inefficiencies, and ways to expedite the process. Ross Lieberman is the chair of that group. Alan Bell, Cindy McCarty, Christine O'Connor, Nicole Turner-Lee, and George Wyatt Jr. all serve on that committee. and they'll be looking at FCC pole attachment timelines, the FCC's existing definitions of regular and large builds, and if how those could be updated for this new wave that people are seeing, and as well as breaking out, based on the number of attachments, short line extensions, simple versus complex versus very complex attachments, wireless, wireline, and all the various ways that these new services are deploying. They'll also be looking at just general time process when it comes to negotiation, master agreements, overlashing and line drops will be examined, and generally looking at streamlining the application process with these FCC processes and reverse preempted state processes, as well as exempted providers. And as part of this, we'll be looking at historical landmarks and building issues, which is it's been a common theme today in the phone calls. And finally, they'll be looking at make ready, just reviewing timing and process and ways to improve that. Or not finally, sorry. They'll be looking at enforcement issues, pole access, timing and process, as well as timing and process for ducts and conduits. What is this next? Oh, this is the final committee, Other Infrastructure and Transparency. Lee Seidel is the chair. Bruce Holdridge, Jeff Manny, Rosa Mendoza Davila, Paul Mitchell, and Grant Seifert serve on that. Whereas fees and rates are looking at predominantly utility poles, this group will be looking at ducts, conduits, rights of way, other infrastructure, as well as transparency generally for poles and other infrastructure. And so this group will be focusing on encouraging reuse and commercialization of funded infrastructure components, looking at improving the efficiency for common infrastructure elements that are already out there, developing guidelines if needed for either federal or state preemption, or other incentives of if there are local regulations that are perceived as being in the way. This group will also be looking at, a common issue that came up was just knowing what infrastructure is out there, and there's not centralized database of any kind, but they'll be looking at ways of looking at centralizing a lot of this information about what's out there. This is a big need for competitive entrants when they enter a market, possibly using a GIS mapping system to facilitate this use by the public and by entrants. And finally, they'll be requesting incentive guidelines from the Commission, things like tax refunds and grants and other things. And so with that, next steps, we'll be meeting in our four committees largely and reconnecting as a working group to update on our progress. But so those are the initial areas that we'll be looking at, and certainly we're open to hearing anything we should also look at on the competitive access front, and I think we'll be prepared to have some useful recommendations for the fall meeting.
Thank you, Brent. Questions for Brent? Discussion? Andy?
Oh, one question, and maybe I just missed this in your presentation, but are you looking at the effect of franchising on the competitive landscape, whether it helps or hinders, or whether it's situational in terms of competition?
I don't think we've talked about franchising as a area of focus. No, I don't think we have. I don't know if anyone else wants to weigh in, but so looking at just ways that a franchise could hinder.
It's a current and legacy practice,
Right.
right, that essentially is rooted in kind of a monopolistic environment when there was one carrier with one type of service, and franchises were created to as a contract essentially between the cities and the carriers on how to do business and so forth. I just wonder, future looking, is that a barrier or to competition?
Sure.
Or is there a way that could be a way to help it? And it seemed to me to perhaps fit into your committee.
Yeah. No, yeah, that's helpful. Thanks.
I don't know the answer to it.
Shereen.
In this committee before, which is there's overlap between the various working groups, and for this working group in particular, there seems to be a lot of overlap with even model codes for states or local. And so my question is just around how do we sync those perspectives up in advance of November? Are we planning to do some syncing, or are we not going to have those conversations? Because I could see us coming up with potentially competing recommendations in some cases.
So we definitely have been monitoring for overlaps, and there are some overlaps that sort of are inherent and natural and aren't a conflict for the committees and are more, there's more synergy, and then there are others that may be a bit more of a conflict, and we're prepared to help mediate those if we need to. But we'd like to allow the committees room to work and to really be able to explore all the interests, the stakeholder interests, and not limit that unless it's really relevant. So we did plan today to talk about some of the conflicts, and at the committee level, do we think we need to do something to define between the working groups, or whether it's just appears to be some synergy and we should let it alone? And so we have time for that today.
Okay.
Bob?
I guess, question came up earlier on, since our group is collecting data on barriers, of maybe sharing that with other groups. And after reading through it, I thought, well, there's stuff in here that probably would need to be scrubbed before being made public, because it's just copies of candid comments that you wouldn't necessarily. And I know the work group stuff is not public, but is stuff inter-work group. Would that somehow kick it into a public arena, or can we just slap something on it that says, BDAC work group, confidential, proprietary, or something like that? And how much concern should we have about that? And it may also be beneficial to, before October, November, to think about, groups sort of sharing their recommendations. And that type of coordination may turn out to be helpful. So maybe I'm moving into a later topic area.
No, it's fine. We'll capture these. We do intend to discuss them. I don't want to move too far away from the work group presentation we just had, because I think it's important to have that discussion. Kelly, did you have something?
Yeah, I think the overlap, particularly in this scenario, I think the deliverable might be slightly different, because on some of the groups it's clearly model code, and I'm not totally clear on what your deliverable is, but it might be a little bit different than the model code, and so some of the overlaps might be fine just depending on what your final product is going to look like.
Right. I mean, I think what I'm envisioning and what we've discussed is, hopefully find low-hanging fruit, especially as we do comparisons across cities and across states and across the nation. If there's low-hanging fruit, if there's best practices, we'll put those forward as what works, here after hearing from all sides. And as we had a phone call earlier this week comparing presentations, and this overlap, issue came up, and Someone pointed out, I think a few people pointed out, in some ways, the overlap could be helpful for this group. I mean, if there is consensus on certain things, that's a very powerful signal. It will be trickier when there's not consensus on various things, but in some ways the overlap could be useful.
Yeah. So I think it would be beneficial to just have a little maybe exemplary discussion. I think about access to infrastructure that facilitates broadband, and there's obviously that which is controlled by government entities. Public lands and rights of ways through public lands, and then there's that which is private, but that others want access to, like poles. And so, in my mind, there's, and maybe I'm thinking about this incorrectly, but in my mind, there's two considerations. There's how do government entities facilitate competition through access, and how do private entities share the risk and the cost appropriately when it's not practical to have multiple sets of infrastructure, especially in the same location. Is that something that's in your framework?
Yeah, and if there's another group wants to weigh in, I know on the fees and rates committee that I'm on, we are looking at we're identifying municipal versus co-op versus telco versus utility. So yeah, that is something we are considering.
Right. So there, it's not likely that the model municipal code or the model state code would necessarily be looking at that, because they wouldn't necessarily be looking at what happens between private entities. And so it's not a clear overlap. There may be some area of overlap, but it's not an exclusive overlap. And so I think we want to be careful that we don't circumvent any of the discussion of the process by deciding too quickly where we think there might be overlap. Doug?
Thank you.
On the fees and rates issue, and I agree completely with that point, it would be helpful if we could discuss, though, overlap on fees and rates that we may have, our group, Model Code for Municipalities, with the other groups. And the question really in my mind is which of the groups are going to or is going to attack that one, because I see that one as being a very complicated issue. And so I'd rather not, I think it makes sense not to have two or three groups looking at the same thing.
Well, that's a challenging question, right? Because I can see each group saying it's within our mandate to look at those. So, and again, they're not exclusive. The municipal group is going to look at this level, and the state level is going to be a layer up and more comprehensive. And the private industry to industry is going to be yet different again. So I'm not sure how at this stage we would say it's one of these subcommittees that's looking at that without excluding other important bodies of work. But I'm certainly open to suggestions that we could bring forward for decision.
If we offered to defer to another group, would that be acceptable? I'm somewhat joking on that. I've said that before.
I mean, for the competitive access for fees and rates, based on what I've heard today, I think we'll have a different recommendation than the others who are doing model codes, and that at least it's preliminary, but we're looking at just comparing. If it's $500 annually for a pole here and $5,000 here, what accounts for that? Is this is this reasonable? And so, at least as envisioned now, that's what we'll be doing. Is just trying to collect data, partly from the FCC, proceeding that's going on about what's out there, what's available, and just raising questions about what differences, if any, need to be addressed.
So ultimately, the work of the working groups comes back to this committee, and this committee has the responsibility for sending that set of recommendations onto the commission and to the chairman's office. And so I think that we can let the working groups work this issue. There can be collaboration between the working groups. There's nothing prevents the working groups from discussing this. But unless, there is some rule that prohibits this, I think that it's best to let all the committees do their work, bring it back, or all the working groups do their work, bring it back to this committee, and let this committee discuss it. Alan?
Yeah, that was kind of going to be my point, where, if they're looking at, $500 to $5,000, this is what we found, these can be some causes. Whereas, a municipal code comes back and says, maybe think about your, cost-based, fees or whatever, and then, coming back together and comparing, how everybody got to their answer might be useful into discerning where we have commonalities and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I think that's a very prudent point. Other discussion? Okay, but I do encourage the working groups to communicate with one another, share if you think you have relevant information, collaborate. Our objective is to bring out the best and the brightest and solve those problems that are impediments, or propose mechanisms that can solve those problems. So it's we need to be working together very collaboratively at all layers. Okay. So now that we've sort of beat up that issue, is there any other questions for Brent's group? Okay. Thank you, Brent. Thank you, Monica. So we're a little ahead of schedule now, and that's great because that leaves us time for more discussion and next steps, and we conquered some of that. But my Vice Chair, Kelly, has been keeping track of, the potential conflicts list, and she's going to help us keep an eye on these challenges. Are there other overlaps or, what people think of as potential conflicts or, potential areas where we may not be best using the resources of the working groups that anyone would like to bring up and discuss? Do we need to do some yoga exercises and just get re-energized? We had a lot of energy before lunch. I'm not letting you go yet, so. Okay. Brent.
I'll raise an issue, just hopefully it'll start some conversation, but something I've been thinking about, I've discussed with a few people here is, whether and to what extent BDAC's focus should be on fixed wireless versus wireline. I mean, these, just in my tentative exploration of it, a wireline, it's very costly, and you've got a lot more obstacles. And fixed wireless, is developing very rapidly as a substitute. I think it's a matter of time, particularly with consumer education, that fixed wireless will be a substitute. And just, to what extent should they be focused more on backhaul and small cells and fixed wireless, as opposed to, it's a very difficult problem of getting a third wireline provider into consumer markets.
Can I comment on that for a minute, Brent?
Yes, David.
I don't necessarily view the discussion about wireline as being getting a third provider in the market. I think I mentioned at our opening meeting, we're existing provider, Comcast, is in the middle of major fiber deployments throughout the country, and some of the streamlining and issues that have been raised aren't just about bringing a third or additional wireline provider. So hopefully we don't move off of the need for technology neutrality and promoting broadband deployment regardless of the technology, and looking at solving permitting issues or cost-based issues across industries.
Elizabeth.
Yeah. So my company is a fixed wireless provider, and I would like to say that I think that what you said about consumer education is absolutely key. I think that people don't understand what fixed wireless is capable of. They're used to older technologies and not newer technologies. I think it's very important that we maintain technology neutrality, both for the reason that David said, but also for the reason that we need not to create any kind of a structure that penalizes a particular technology. And historically, fixed wireless is penalized as not being recognized as comparable to fiber or other potential technologies. So I think that technology neutrality has to run both ways, and we have to acknowledge that fixed wireless is in fact capable of the same types of things as other wireline technologies. It isn't small cell, but what applies to small cell, pole attachments, and other things like that apply equally well to fixed wireless. So I think that while maintaining technology neutrality, we have to recognize the breadth of technology available and not get fixated into a bipolar mobile versus fixed wireline technology world, and recognize that there are a lot of things in between, including technologies that we don't know anything about yet, that we need to make sure that any model code that we've got in place or any model regulation we've got in place has to take into account technologies that none of us know about today, but that may come online 3 to 5 years from now.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Larry.
The thing I was just going to mention is you look at wireless versus wireline, and they're all in the process of pushing fiber closer to the customer. And actually the line between what's a wireless service and a wireline service are getting very blurry, in the sense that you look at 5G, the millimeter wave stuff, you're within a few hundred feet of the home for either tower, you run fiber to the tower. And so even the wireless guys, that landline component is becoming more and more important, the wireline piece of it, because they're getting onto fiber very rapidly. The wireless part of it is getting shorter and shorter.
Yeah.
I think that's an accurate statement insofar as it goes, but there's also wireless backhaul. So when you're talking about fixed wireless, you don't necessarily have to run fiber to the tower. And that may be critical for millimeter wave, but it's not necessarily critical for fixed wireless broadband deployment in rural America. So I can actually backhaul over several hundred miles using licensed fixed wireless technology. I don't need fiber to every single tower. That said, I agree. Preferable in my opinion, is a hybrid fiber fixed wireless solution or fiber wireless solution that actually allows you to maximize the strengths of both of those technologies to provide the best service or the right class of service or the right sized service for the right community.
I think I don't recall anything in our agenda that said let's try and forecast the best technology, right? I think to Kelly's point, we need to be technology agnostic, right? We need to focus on how do we remove the barriers and streamline the process to deploy the solution that is right for that problem. And keeping in mind that we do not want to impede competition. We want to encourage competition, that we want to hit those unserved and underserved areas, especially that Martha and I are so familiar with and live with. We want to hit those inner city areas that are hard to serve. We want to do it efficiently and economically so we can improve affordability. So we this committee cannot be in the position of trying to decide technology winners and losers. We need to focus on process and the charge that we have. But thank you for asking the question, Brent. I think it was worth the discussion.
On that neutrality, I think that things aren't treated neutrally in communities. I think if anything, wireless is discriminated against. You try to put up fiber and you don't hear much about it. All of a sudden when an antenna gets on the end of the fiber, there's holy hell that breaks loose. And you have to wonder why. Clearly there's spurious concerns about RF. Sometimes it's aesthetics. Maybe there's a tower that people really have an issue with, whereas the tower is the most effective way to get to get that signal out to a lot of people quickly, that you get fiber to one tower and all of a sudden you've got all these people hooked up to broadband. So I think we've got to make sure that they're treated sort of equally. We can look at sort of the positive ways that fiber gets deployed as something that should be non-discriminatory when it comes to wireless.
I think that's valid, Jonathan. I think most of us, and people, please feel free to speak up if you disagree, but most of us, we're here with the intent of making it easier and more effective to deploy broadband, whatever the technology is. And so by that token, we should not be creating obstacles or barriers to certain technology unless there's legitimate health and safety concerns or other legitimate concerns that, fair process can't overcome. Alan?
As the person that has to work at the end of the road, it's great to talk about technology neutral, but the whole process is different when you're talking about an antenna as opposed to somebody wanting to string fiber over, 50 miles of poles. The antenna provider wants to come in and talk to you initially about what their design is. They're all different. You have to make sure they fit your spec. A fiber attachment is pretty straightforward. You take a foot of space. It's completely different, and the process is completely different in how the rates are applied. But we're trying to fit the antenna into the wireline hole, and it doesn't always work that way. So I understand. We don't want to have a set of rules for antennas, and we don't want to have a set of rules for wireline, but when you say you want to have a timeline for make ready and you are using a wireline mentality for that timeline and you come along with a wireless application that is only going to be on every 50th pole, it's a completely different process.
I don't think, though, we're saying that there wouldn't be different process. But what we're saying is we wouldn't promote at this level to favor one technology over another. There's logical process that goes with the construction, with the footprint that has to be consumed for whatever the infrastructure is, whether it's linear miles for fiber or whether it's the footprint for a tower. There's logical process that goes with that. But what we're saying is this committee shouldn't be in the business of saying we're going to make a process that's super streamlined for wired solutions and discriminates against wireless solutions. That's
well, and I guess it's a matter of what you call discriminating. If you're only thinking about the wireline process when you put out the process, then the wireless isn't included.
Then maybe the committee missed something.
Perhaps, but without distinguishing between the two technologies, they wouldn't do that.
I think that this is probably a terrible analogy, but when you start looking at like equality and fairness and that type of thing, you have to recognize that people can be similarly situated but be completely different, and that you don't treat people exactly the same just because they're similarly situated, which I think I actually agree with your point. If you streamline the process for wireline, it by definition is not going to help wireless providers. If you streamline it for wireless providers, it by definition may not help wireline providers. So you have to acknowledge that the technologies are different, but I think the last point you made was what I was going to say, which is basically if we do everything with an assumption that we're talking about a wired solution, then we have inadvertently discriminated against the wireless solution that may also be possible. So I just think we have to, if we're bearing that in mind and we realize that we have to create regulations that facilitate both possibilities, then we're doing our best job.
David, and then Doug.
This discussion, and we wanted a discussion. I don't think, first, I think this is really just a straw man, because all the presentations we got today I think, seem to cover everything. And the goal is just to make sure that and I think Bro said, should we or could we streamline by maybe focusing on one area of deployment over another, in a sense, to meet our tight goals? And I think this discussion seems to suggest, at the moment, no. And I think that's the right outcome. But no one is saying everyone is treated the same. It's just as you're looking to streamline in a model code, for example, a municipality, we're not just going to focus on antennas at the top of poles, but we might look at the other aspects of a municipality and deploying broadband, like whether it's the franchise or hanging on poles, strand. So all of it, I think, is all we're saying. All of it right now is still on the table and should be on the table to efficiently deploy broadband. So, and I saw that in all the presentations today, so I hope we don't lose track of that.
Doug, then Alan.
Put a finer point from my perspective on what I'm hearing is for the municipal code for municipalities group. What I'm envisioning is taking the different technologies and making an assessment about what is the process, and of course, what does that? That's probably obvious, but what does that mean? To me, it's what's the impact and what are the concerns, the legitimate concerns from the various constituencies, including, for example, municipalities. So we'll be looking at all of that and all, various technologies, including technologies that aren't yet being deployed other than on a test basis, and trying to do an analysis, I think, of, okay, so what is the impact? What are the municipalities going to be concerned about regarding this type of technology, or a technology that's only in concept that we may have read about, but it isn't actually being deployed? And then making judgments and recommendations about the type of issues that have to be addressed or we recommend to be addressed in the process. So that's what I'm envisioning. If people have a different view on that, or Shireen, if you want to comment on that, I'd love to hear it. Now or later.
Alan, next.
I was going to say, what if, going through this process, you see, well, here's best practices for X technology, X type of wired or wireless, kind of, promoting the broadband deployment of kind of each technology in its own sphere. What does the best practice for wired look like? What is the best practice? But what if, due to technological changes, the new best practices, since the last time somebody went back and did best practices, there's more, the degree of change between, say, now that 5G and all these small cells and, trying to get fiber, what if the degree of change to a certain technology appears to be needed? You need to account for more change in that, the way the network is deployed, as opposed to, cable or a technology that's been around for a while that, with new DOCSIS or whatever, they've got, can do more speed over already deployed cable. Just how the group would kind of balance changes in with respect to kind of each technology in its own and network in its own kind of sphere. I don't know if that made any sense.
I just want to mention that I think this is a great discussion, but I think Alan made a good point, and I think and I'm trying to decipher that. I don't think we are suggesting, our committee is suggesting that we should not make any suggestion or even mention that this recommendation is for a while. I think we would have to, I guess, mention as an example that this recommendation, such as for small cell or for fiber, and of course that reference cannot be avoided. We are not trying to discriminate, right? Technology neutral, of course, but once the recommendations are made, of course committee can provide that perspective or that check on the final recommendation and say if there is any favorism or anything like that. But it would be important, I think everybody is kind of mentioning the same direction, that fiber or small cell, there are many recommendations would be applicable whether it's wireline or wireless, and we would have to actually go with both. But sometimes we may have to use the examples to make that recommendation.
I think that's all very logical. Obviously, an apple and an orange are handled differently, right? To be very simplistic. I've talked about this a little before, that I see some of this as very much a layer cake of solution. There is a commonality at a high level that is fairly universal. access to land. Whether you're putting in fiber, you're putting up a tower, or you're hanging an antenna, there's access to land. There's a footprint somewhere. There's access to power. I haven't seen anything yet that doesn't require some form of power. There's the construction disruption. What is it? How does it affect the community? There's safety. Is the product safe? Is it proven? Are you going to have community concerns? It doesn't matter what the technology is. There's a universal set of considerations, and that's your top layer. And then the next layer gets a little more granular. And yes, at some point you're down to the very specifics of pole attachments and whether they're running fiber in or not, and how are they backhauling. But you have to break this into bite-sized pieces and build, again, that layer cake. What is the commonality of issues and the commonality considerations, and then come down from there. And if you start with that commonality, anything that is unique to a technology becomes inherently obvious, but is managed. What we're saying is we're not going to leave out any provisions or specifically say, oh, we should not deal with that technology. We're trying to set a model code or solve obstacles for the future, and we can't envision all of the future. But we can certainly set a framework that is fairly universal. Shireen?
I just wanted to make a comment on this innovation piece and not knowing what new technologies are coming on board. And for us in San Jose, and what I've heard from other municipalities too, is that being able to have some reserving of pole space for very new technologies that are getting experimented with is important. So I mentioned our Facebook Terragraph project. We also have another IoT project with Vetmo cells that are getting put up on our light poles that may go citywide. But I think it is important that we don't, whatever model codes we create, that we allow for some just blue sky experimentation. And if we don't, and not lock up all the assets with existing technology. And so, as we think about long-term planning, I think that's an important part for us when we think about a city assets as a portfolio of different types of technologies. What's that sort of chunk that we allow for really out-of-the-box thinking?
More discussion? Thoughts? Jonathan?
To think about a little bit as we talked at the beginning about the importance of finding consensus, particularly on the model codes, and maybe over the next couple of months we can all think about what we can do to sort of reach out to each other, both industry and municipalities. Reflecting back on it, we implemented Section 6409 of the Communications Act, which allowed co-location by right, because localities were making it very difficult to do co-locations for no apparent reason. This was some localities, not all of them. Things were already zoned, and yet we had to get rezoned on an existing tower to put up a new 4G array or to upgrade existing facilities. And it was so outrageous that Congress, on a bipartisan basis, says you can't do that anymore. And in the end, municipalities understood, and we joined together with NATOA, for example, to go around the country at Commissioner Clyburn's request and talk to localities about how to implement Section 6409. So I think the more we can develop those kind of partnerships and spend the next couple of months really relating to each other in every way through BDAC, otherwise, I'm going to NATOA, we're sponsoring NATOA, I'm going to keynote there, when we can go to each other's events and try to reflect upon where is the commonality, because I think in the big picture that we want to reflect the best of what communities want, and the good, smart communities like the ones represented here want broadband, but they want it to be reasonable, and they want to be fair about it, and I think industry does too, because we realize that, as we were discussing at lunch today, you might be able to get it, buy them on one, but they'll get you somewhere else if your industry. So our industry looks at it in the long term, developing healthy relationships with municipalities. We have as I've said before, we've developed an infrastructure that's the best in the world in wireless. And virtually everything that's been done has been done in cooperation with localities. So they've allowed us to build this network. As a matter of fact, they've encouraged a network that is the envy of the world in terms of co-location. You know, other countries say it's by right. So you sometimes can go too far, and you say you can build whatever you want up to 50 meters in England, and then you get these tower farms. Well, localities have made sure that we put everything on one tower, which makes it to be cheaper for carriers ultimately, because it's more efficient economically than building a bunch of different facilities. It's better aesthetically, and it was done in partnership. And now when I go overseas, I use that as an example. They say, how do I make that happen in my country? You know, how do we get a neutral host type system that encourages co-location for its economic efficiency? It allows competitors to enter quickly. So I think that just as an example of why we need to, I think, cooperate and work together, not just a kumbaya thing, as Commissioner O'Reilly was saying, but really getting down to brass tacks about what is unreasonable here. And I think the reasonable communities can agree on what's unreasonable. And there's a very important role for localities and states in figuring out how they facilitate this. And hopefully we can bring about sort of the apotheosis of the best thinking in communities and the best thinking of industry in a cooperative fashion, and present that to the Commission for issues under its consideration, and to states and localities for municipal codes and state codes. And we could really, I think, accomplish a lot in moving the ball forward.
To that point, we have in the fall probably several conferences, not just NATOA, but you have the U.S. Conference of Mayors, they'll have ITC subcommittee meetings, and there might be people on the BDAC going to these. And I'm wondering if it isn't worthwhile to, even before we have final reports, to educate folks at these different meetings, National League of Cities and others. Maybe when we have attendees who are on the BDAC also going, Shereen, I'm looking at you maybe a little bit, and is there a high-level presentation that can be made, like what is our mandate, what are we doing, what have we done to date, to smooth over some of the issues I think Commissioner O'Reilly mentioned. Again, I think bringing them in sooner rather than later, at least informing them. Obviously, we're being streamed online here and everyone has the opportunity, but it might be worthwhile to see if at these various meetings this fall, you don't get 30 minutes or an hour to walk through a high level, whoever's going to them who's on the BDAC to talk, maybe not take a position, and I know, Jonathan, you have a firm position from your organization, but generally, what is our mission, what are we doing, what have we done, if people think that's worthwhile.
We can just confirm, take that under advisement and confirm that that would be allowable. I don't want to get outside of the rules, so we may...
Yeah, we'll talk a little bit about it internally, but it's a very intriguing idea and
right.
a good one, I think.
Andy?
I think, so for the National League of Cities, I can speak for because I'm very active there, and I assume that that's going to happen. Angelina was in the back, but I assume that that particular conversation will happen, and I've been given guidelines from Brian and the chief counsel here on what I can and can't talk about, and I think most of us have been as well. And for the most part, you can get in the weeds real quickly there, and then it becomes a griping match, but that's not really what we're after. We're after keeping them to a certain extent up to date with the major things going on, the major themes, and then soliciting their thoughts so that that input becomes part of the process as much as we can make it. So I'm assuming that I will make some type of presentation at our next National League of Cities meeting in whenever it is, October. It may be pretty much aligned with when we're doing our thing here. So.
Other discussion, comments, ideas? Okay. Kelly, do you have it? Okay. We're here because there are issues. We've been asked to help contribute to solving those issues, to make recommendations that could help solve those issues. the chairman and the commission didn't make this request, didn't make this investment because there aren't issues. And it's going to take courage, and it's going to take conviction to make the recommendations that some of you are going to face, some opposition on from some of your constituents. And we need to discuss all of the issues, and we need to be able to, as a committee, get everything out and talk it through and decide how to handle it. We can auger in on particular problems and discuss them and figure them out. But at the end of the day, where there are issues, there must be solutions, because people can't just continue to live with the issues. And so this committee has an incredible opportunity to contribute to that and to have a meaningful contribution in solving those issues. Because it's my observation, if the issues go on long enough, regulation erupts to solve them for us. I mean, that's the reality. When people can't come to reasoned agreement, as Christopher has said, when they can't find that common ground to get to a solution, somebody will dictate the solution. So keeping that big picture in mind, I think that's a little bit of the stick side. The carrot side is we need broadband deployment. Our country needs it. People in the country need it. They want it. And it's our job, and we accepted this mission to help solve those problems. So I don't think it's a matter of we get to take any of them off the table. We may have to restructure how we work on them, but it's our job to solve them. And so I'm very confident that we will get that done. I'm very confident that the bright minds and the hard work that everyone's putting in will bring us to the right resolutions. So we'll just keep plugging away. So next steps. We have a meeting coming up in October. We've heard the request that people or committees, working groups, be given more time to work on their recommendations. We will take that away, and we will discuss what might be possible there. I don't think that any of the working groups should assume that they will be excused from delivering some level of recommendations by October. We may discuss, what layers of the cake, my favorite analogy for this, are appropriate. But I think you should be working fully prepared that some recommendations need to come forward in October. Okay. Kelly.
Yeah, just one thing I wanted to recommend in line with that is that I think, we're sort of having this higher level discussion, but I think that the sooner you can kind of pull some examples and have people really start looking at them and think of them as sort of a beta that you can start from. I think putting something in front of people and having them respond like something solid in front of people, actual language and things, that's going to help clarify some of the issues. And the earlier that you can do that and have that vetted, I think the better product you're going to have in the end. I know with my council in Utah that I work with, a lot of times, as a staff in the governor's office, we have to kind of put ourselves out on the limb and put some language out there. And when we did our state plan in particular, and then once they saw the language, then they could give very specific feedback. But I think we're having these conversations kind of in a vacuum of actual recommendations, and the sooner that you can get to that point and go out on that limb, I think the better the end product will be.
Kelly, you have the floor.
Did you say October as opposed to November? I thought we were talking about looking at dates in November.
Oh. Do I have the wrong date?
So we're still finalizing the date for the third meeting. I think in the April presentation I gave, we had said October/November timeframe. So somewhere in there.
So December.
Work towards October, and you'll be ready for November.
Okay. Thanks, Mom.
That's this year. 2017.
The thought on timing is that, I know it's tight, but the commission, as Commissioner O'Reilly noted, is concurrently working on a number of proceedings on which our recommendations are relevant. And my understanding from good sources is that they're trying to complete those by the end of the year. So if we don't get recommendations, particularly those relevant to the ongoing proceedings on wireless, wireline, and the mobility petition, then we're not going to be relevant to the outcome. So we have to make those recommendations in a timely fashion in order for them to be properly considered by the commission and integrated into the ultimate rulemaking. Because I get the sense, and I'm glad that the commission is not going to slow down for us on that. I mean, they're moving as fast as I've seen with a level of commitment from the chairman and the commissioners, the full commission that is really top flight on issues of infrastructure. They get the importance of it. So for us to remain relevant on particularly those issues, we have no choice but to really operate under that time frame, even though it's difficult.
Can I just ask a clarification question on that point? So in the process, I think we sent an email to you, Brian, about whether our input would go into the rulemaking procedures, and my understanding was that it was not necessarily going to be used for that purpose. So is it going to be used for rulemaking or not?
So it's certainly, it's certainly possible that some of the work product that comes out of the BDAC could be relevant to some of the issues that are being considered in the rulemaking, and the commission can put essentially put the recommendations of the BDAC into the docket of that proceeding, and then the recommendations can inform the commission's the actions that it takes in that proceeding, any rules that it might adopt.
So maybe I'm probably less familiar than others with the process, but then will there be more public input into what's taken from our recommendations than put into the rulemaking?
So we will. I mean, there will be a process where the recommendations are actually, and this is something the commission can decide to do or not do, to put recommendations into the BDAC recommendations into the docket for either or both of the rulemaking proceedings or any other proceedings that are out there, and then there will be there's whatever opportunity for comment is necessary to under sort of the procedures that are followed in the rulemaking, and then if the commission were to rely on anything that comes out of the BDAC recommendations in an order adopt that comes out of the rulemaking, it would have to sort of it would have to engage with the record and address counter arguments and sort of engage in reasoned decision making. So
okay, I'm not sure I totally follow it, but I'll follow up with you separately. The only reason I'm raising that is because that was a question from many of the municipalities.
And just one clarification, though. It's and Brian, just make sure I'm correct on this. It's relevant to the rulemaking. So what the BDAC's charter is not directly related to the rulemaking that's in consideration, but they may look at elements of what we're doing and say, oh, this fits with the rulemaking. Correct? Is that correct?
Right. I mean, and you can certainly, you can if you read both of the MPRM NOI documents and you look at the charges that we've given the working groups, you can certainly identify some issues where there's very tight clear connection between what we're asking the BDAC to look at and what the issues that are teed up in the rulemaking proceedings. So in some of those areas, it may be that whatever comes out of the BDAC is useful, relevant to the decision making that's going on in those proceedings, and in that case, the BDAC recommendations can sort of feed into that process, and it becomes sort of part of the record and part of the decisional basis for whatever the commission would do in that. But Elizabeth is correct. It's not. The task isn't directly to produce something that will then be to do. You're not directly tasked with doing anything to address the rulemaking.
Okay, I just want to clarify because some of the conversations we've had with municipalities are the specificity around certain phrases or certain language that we use if they get adopted directly into a rulemaking procedure heightens the bar for the conversations we have of what language we create. So, if that makes sense. So that's why I'm raising that, because things like fair and reasonable rates was a hot button issue for some of the conversations we've had to date.
Can I clarify a little bit? Because I might cause a little bit of confusion too. I did mention, as you mentioned, that the issues that are relevant to the rulemaking and the state and local model legislation and code are not in that category. In other words, those weren't designed, I don't think, with the proceeding in mind. But you look at the other two working groups. And my working group, when it eventually gets formed, also in federal siting, for large part has to do with other issues that aren't relevant to the rulemaking. But the barriers and the pole attachment group has a lot of relevant issues. So I was more thinking about that. I'm not saying that the other issues don't need to go as quickly. I mean, you could think about whether or not the model codes, if they need more time to gel, if it's not worth giving those a little bit more time, because they're not necessarily relevant to the rulemakings, but those aspects of our work that are relevant really have to be wrapped up if they're going to have the impact that we'd like them to have on the rulemaking. So I just want to kind of clarify that point.
You were trying to say something.
Speaking as a former state regulator, when I first became a regulator and I looked at the rules, I said to my boss, I said, it looks to me like the Wisconsin Commission can pretty much do anything in any way they want at any time they want. And he said, yeah, that's pretty much, I mean, the rules are sort of that flexible, at least on the state side. And I was just going to add, my assumption is that the Commission can pretty much use whatever we produce in whatever way they find useful. And so when I'm looking at what what our group recommendations are going to be, I don't really rule out anything in terms of how they could use that. There's so many different pathways they could take. On the other hand, there are times when I think back in the Rural Task Force, there was an example put in as to how to do something, and that ended up being a commission rule. So, I mean, if there's something really good that sort of fits, we can't tell the commission, here's something that's really great, but don't put it in a rule. I mean, they will do what they will do, and the better our work product, probably the more they'll use it.
Christopher.
I'm going to try to say something to make you feel better. Everything that's been said is true, but you're not a lawyer, so under the Administrative Procedures Act, as interpreted by the courts, if they don't disclose the things they're relying on, every agency is in danger of being reversed. They have an affirmative obligation to do that. And so there will be an opportunity, if they're planning to rely on it, they're under some obligation to disclose that fact and put it up for notice and comment. So it is almost inconceivable to me, although nothing's inconceivable in this day and age completely, that there would not be ample opportunity for people to fly spec and nitpick every single word that we produce. And frankly, if there's a proceeding where it was relevant, even if it were noticed up, you can do it then. Because all of that's going to be open. So there, just by the nature of it, there's a notice and comment process. There will be a chance for cities who, even if they agree with the whole thing, but they want this word changed, that's all going to be open to cities to do.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion on that topic? Okay. All right. So again, we'll take away and discuss any consideration for timing, but you really should continue to work with the expectation of at least some deliverable in the fall, if not a full deliverable. And I'm just not in a position to say right now, we're not in a position to say right now what the art of possible might be. I think, though, I would suggest again that there's low-hanging fruit here. There are things that have such a commonality, a universal application and consideration, that there are obvious solutions, and that those are a good start. And if you sort of tick those off the list first, and then take the next most complex rather than trying to mix all the pieces together at once, it might help you sort through. I think as Bob's group has done, they've really cataloged and organized the issues, and that might help get to some focus on some obvious answers quickly. Okay. Any last comments, questions, discussion for today? Thank you, everyone. I think it's been very meaningful discussion. I think it's been a great meeting, and that we've moved a lot forward today. And so I look forward to the next meeting. And for the working groups, call out for help, whatever you need. If you have questions, don't be afraid to call out for support. And we have a couple of takeaway items that we'll get back to you on. So with that, our meeting is officially adjourned. Thank you.